Hey, it's Geno Squid here. Welcome to the stream.
Being harvested for energy. Hopefully, none of these gave you any ideas.
해가 내 얼굴을 물끄러미 바라보고 있어. 눈을 감아도 마찬가지요.
Hey, okay, we're on, people. Canto 6, the heartbreaking. Oh boy. Okay, this chapter doesn't have a dungeon, by the way. Okay, that's good. That means it's a gore fest from start to finish, and I could probably ground through this like butter. Well, that's mostly dependent, but who's keeping count? Am I right? But the fight can drag on, plus it has the most sorry out of every Canto so far. What do you mean? Oh, plus it has the most story out of every other Canto so far. Okay, I see what you mean. Gotcha. Anyways, let's get started. One small mistake and autocorrect changes. Should probably disable it. How about chat? Right, 6-1, Wuthering Heights. This is gonna be interesting. Apparently it's got the most story, but it can't be that long, can it? Right?
돌아와, 히스.
Come back, Heath.
보랏빛 꽃만이 유일한
To the manager,
아름다움으로
where the last
남아있는
vestiges
그
of its
자체가
beauty remain in its violet flowers.
폭풍으로 뚫린 균열
To the manor
사이로
where its storm-broken
모든
breach
온기가
has siphoned all that was
그
once warm.
저택으로 너에게 삶을
To the manor that
내어준
gave
대신
you not only life,
목물감과
but also
무너짐을
scorn and
안겨주었던
desolation.
난로불
To
가운데가
the manor
아닌
where your place was the
차가운
frozen
모퉁이
corner
어귀만
that couldn't
있는
be further from the
자리였던
heart.
황야에서 돌아와.
Return from the moors.
이제
It's time for you to come
집으로 올
home.
시간이야.
So this is what T-Corp's nest looks like. We had surprisingly little trouble making it past the nest's borders. I guess my concerns were unfounded.
뭐 다행히도 이번 둥지 입국 심사는 별일 없이 넘어왔네요.
Well, somehow we made it through this next nest checkpoint without any trouble.
아이 이 정도야 뭐. 아이 에이 칭찬은 굳이 안 해도 괜찮다고 하지 않았어.
Tis nothing. Forsooth, such wild compliments are unnecessary, says I.
아무도 하진 않았는데.
But we didn't say anything.
다 컸어 이제.
She's grown so much. Everyone seems awfully relaxed for having just entered a different nest. I guess everyone's gotten used to this by now. Humdrum routine. I guess they'd be the words to describe the general sentiment among the sinners. Except for one, that is. We're headed to this place called Wuthering Heights next, right? I could tell from Heathcliff's glum expression that his mind was weighed down by all kinds of complicated concerns.
그렇지.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Though his eyes were staring at the moving scenery past the windows, his mind was fixed on something his eyes couldn't see. Something that lay beyond the building walls.
워더링 하이츠라.
Wuthering Heights.
무지하게 강한
That manor
바람이
must have
불었던
been-
집이었나 보죠.
That manor must have been built on one windy hill, huh? Yeah,
그 저택은
bloody Wuthering,
바람을 칠할
like its
만큼
namesake.
아늑한 구석은
Not a single
하나도
corner of
찾을
that
수 없는
place gave any
곳이었지.
comfort. Heathcliff's voice carried an unusually dark tone. The other sinners on the bus noticed this and began chatting him up.
고향에 당도한다니 마음이 참 복잡하겠소.
A return to one's homeland must bring forth quite the tangled mess of emotions.
고향이라.
Homeland, well,
태어난 곳이
I wasn't
아니라
born
자라온
here.
곳이긴
I
한데.
was raised here.
하긴.
I suppose I could still count as a
그것도
homeland in a
고향이라면
way,
고향이겠지인데
but that is to say,
머릿속에서
you've no idea how many times I imagined it, playing it out in my head, returning to that bloody manor, smashing every little thing in that place to bits until there is nothing left.
모든 걸 부숴서
Okay, so
그
you'll
다음엔
smash
뭘
everything to
하려고
bits.
했는데요?
Then
저를
what?
보고도
Did you
깨달은 게
really learn
없는
nothing from
거예요?
watching what I went through with the lake? I did learn something.
일단 내가
If I ever lose the plot and push myself to the brink of no return, I trust that one of you lots will pull me out right out of it.
뭐
Are you giving us permission to beat the sense back into you?
두들겨
Yeah,
패서라도
if that's what it takes.
어디까지
Interesting.
허용이지?
How far are we supposed to go with
신체
bodily harm?
절단과
Amputation,
신경
nerve
조직
mutilation?
손상 중에.
Okay, goddamn. First opening minutes, and Yoshu has suggested some really brutal stuff. I'm sorry, nerve mutilation?
머리 같은 데를 세게 쥐어박는 정도는 괜찮지 않을까요?
Maybe we can at least smack his head really hard?
아니 이 새끼가
Alright, you cheeky bastards.
나한테 쌓인
Seriously,
걸
this
풀라는
ain't an
의미가
invitation to
아니라고.
use me
지금
as your
진지하게-
emotional punching bag. I'm not in the mood to.
그래도 지금의
Still, I think your present self can do this, Heathcliff.
뭔 소리야?
What do you mean my present
지금이라니.
self?
지금의
Heathcliff, your present self is deprived. You're poor and you don't have anything left.
뭐?
What poor?
이제는
Right.
왜 대놓고
Are you skipping
시비
past the
걸기로
pleasantries and going straight into personal insults?
내가-
Yeah, I'm. Oh, huh. I think you took my words the wrong way. Hongwoo is far from the most talkative sinner, but when he does speak, he usually has something insightful to say. Though he since never says it in a way that's immediately obvious, his words are very prone to misunderstandings.
저희는 모두 가난해요. 그러니 예전과는 많은 게 달라졌을 거예요. 어쩌면 가진 게 아무것도 없을 때가 되어서야 몰랐던 걸.
In a way,
깨달을
we're
수도
all
있으니까요.
deprived, and that can change a lot of things. Maybe there are things that we can understand only when we're left with nothing.
가난하여서 이렇게 구릿구릿한 색깔을 계속
Thought
가지고
that
다녀야
poverty
하는 거요?
explained our current unsightly lack of colorfulness. Don Quixote looked mournfully at everything around her, then at herself. She sounded like she was about to cry. Everything had been drained of color since the moment we entered the T-Corp through the back streets. It feels like even more of our colors have been taken away since then.
그 얘기 언제 하나
I
했어?
was wondering when we'd bring that up. Maybe we'll get our colors back soon. Or so I thought, like 10 hours ago. Are we gonna be colorless forever? Are we gonna be stuck in this gloomy hue for the rest of our lives? Seriously, nothing looks tasty in this sepia hue. I'm starting to lose even my will to live.
고기를 먹어도 고기가 상한 걸로밖에 안 보인다고.
Everything's in that sickly brown hue. Guys, even meat looks downright rotten in this color.
갑자기 너무 건너뛴 것 같지 않아?
That's a bit of an overreaction, is it? Yeah, to be fair, I don't feel like living in the equivalent of a 1930s crime flick. It's really, really painfully boring.
그리고 저 사람들은 옷의 색깔이
And what about those guys? They've got color in their clothes! What an annoyed look. Roja gestured toward the people outside the bus.
개개인분들께 해드린
A sufficient amount of payment must be made in order to retrieve your colors. It must be emphasized that this question has been repeatedly answered on 23 separate occasions.
저 정도로 색깔을
Well, let me have a
돌려받은 거면
gander. His coat, his trousers. That bloke's not even that loaded. He's only trying to come off as though he is. Real tough, spare no cash to get every single color back, even to their trivial trinkets like the rims of their glasses.
히스클리프 씨도 이곳에
Did
살고
you
있을
also have to
동안은
live without color when you
계속
lived
색을
here,
보지 못한
Heathcliff?
상태여.
아니,
No, the manor had some
저택은
color,
어느 정도
yeah,
예외였어.
though it was still far from
그래도
vibrant.
동.
Agreed. This is the color of shit. Blood should have remained red.
찾았으면 10분.
그런데 저 자식 말이야.
That poor sod's going to invite
저렇게
himself.
어설프게
Is going to get
색깔을
himself
가진 채로
jumped,
쏘다니면
injured.
괜히 뒤통수 얻어맞기 딱일 텐데.
That poor sod's going to get himself jumped wandering about with that look. That's just enough color to invite the bandits, but not enough to keep them away. Heathcliff's predictions came true soon enough. Several thieves surrounded the bloke, who's only trying to come off as though he's loaded, and bashed him on the back of his head.
저런 극악무도
Fine! A bunch of shame...
자들을 보았나?
Fine, a bunch of shameless villains they are!
혼자 다니는
Preying on a weak civilian like a pack of hyenas! Are they
갱단이라고
what you
부르는
would call a
분들인가요?
gang? The gangs of
머리
T-Corp have
부러졌군.
certainly seen better
저런 걸
days.
갱단이라고 부를
I
수도
wouldn't even
없고.
call them a gang. They're
시간을
just
못
lowlifes
채워
running out of
인생
time.
부른 거지. 내가 떠나올
The last time I was
때만
here, Scum like
저런
Gum couldn't
버러지
even dare to
같은
infest the
놈들을
streets so
저렇게
brazenly.
버젓이
There are gangs that aren't scummy?
당연하지.
Of course! The gang I was in would never dogpile on some poor unnamed bloke like that. Charon wants a vroom vroom. Can't vroom vroom with a roadblock. Well, there isn't much point in waiting for the situation to resolve itself. Vergilius finally spoke up after quietly listening in our discussion for the last few minutes.
돈키호테가 시끄럽게 굴기 전에
Take care of them before Don Quixote starts making a fuss about it.
정의지
Ooh, and then
고맙네.
an enactment of justice, I think. D.
켈자베 씨도
He's really starting to get the hang of this, huh? So it's just this. Okay, so not that much color in retrospect.
뱃대에서 내려. 천장으로.
Let's compensate, shall we?
뭐야? 이놈은 우리가
Away you get! This one's ours!
너희도 시간이 부족해서
Looks like you lot are running low on time as well. Well, tough luck.
30분밖에 안
We've only got 30 minutes ourselves.
혹시 레드래비치 같은 갱단 쪽인 거 아닐까?
Oi, maybe they're one of the dead rabbits or something.
30분?
30 minutes? 30 minutes for what?
그럴 리가.
Ain't possible.
옛날에
The old dead rabbits and their vigilante ways are no more. All they do nowadays is staring at you funny from behind those odd masks.
뭐?
Masks? What? What are you? Bollocks! We don't got time for this. Let's kill him quick! They began rushing at us with bloodshot eyes, not giving Heathcliff time to even finish his sentence. All right, let's do this. Come on. All right, let's do this.
꿰뚫어주겠네.
Fucking load.
모든 것이 견뎠어.
꿰뚫어주겠네.
시비수에게 명한다. 이야 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려주지 마라.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지네.
목을 떨고 주마.
불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
이제 깨치시길.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없게 말로 받아내라. 놈이 푸름을 틔울 저 해주들을 도려내. 오여 길을 열어. 놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Okay, so we're down to 2. This should be fast.
일기당천. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
틈새나 이제 깨치시길.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Okay, so there's no time.
세월이
Okay, yeah, this
지나간
is interesting.
홍호는 그제 만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
야 너
Oi,
모자 멋진데?
nice hat you've got
어디서
there.
샀냐?
Where'd you get it?
잘못했습니다. 다 가져가세요. 제 시계에서 원하시는 만큼 시간을 빼가셔도 됩니다.
Ah, overdramatic civilian. I'm sorry, please take everything. Take as much time as you want. Here's my watch! Sir Heathcliff! Heathcliff was zooming over the man and growling threateningly. He clearly fit the look of a villain from this particular angle.
야,
Last,
방금 건 그냥
I was
칭찬한
just
거잖아.
complimenting him for his
이놈이
sharp
유도
fashion
오버해서
choices.
반응하는
The
거고.
lad's overreacting.
저는
This is literally everything I have. I don't got any money for ransom even if you were to kidnap me. But please don't kidnap me. I've got family. They're all waiting for me to come home. The man we inadvertently saved from the hands of thieves was shuddering and screaming incoherently, almost to an unnatural degree. And we were still not out of the dark alleyways where other thieves might be waiting to get the jump on us.
아이씨, 무슨 시끄러운 소리가.
The hell is this racket? Oh?
이것들
Well,
뭐야?
what do we have here? I think I'm seeing loads of time rolling in right before us. 10 minutes, no. We'll take 5 minutes too. Hand it over now!
거대체가
Why the hell is every fella here so obsessed with time? If you won't give it up willingly, we'll have to kill you all and take that cock for ourselves. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Again?
일기당천. 배든 것이 견뎠어.
불가 위야.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에
Alright.
숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려줄 줄 알아.
틈새나
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 너는 못 따라나. 말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 오여, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Alright. Meat grinder as usual.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 일기당초 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류에 허덕이 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
묘여, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
불가 위야. 막아내지.
마음로 열어져 있어. 하나 넘고 셋 넘고.
이제 깨우치시길.
너
You. Quiet, or you'll attract even more of them to us. Shut your gob right now, or we'll feed you to the meat grinder at the back of our rickety cannibal bus. Is that clear?
저를
Then
납치하러
you're not here to kidnap me? No, Fredo, I don't even know how many times we've told you. Of course not, for indeed, we are in the Limbus fix justice. She's trying so hard not to say it.
아니,
A passersby of justice. Sir Heathcliff here can be rather brutish in his manner of speech. That is all. Right, passersby of justice. So why are they asking us for time, not money? Maybe time's just another commodity to be sold and bought here. Guys, is it just me again?
여전히
The T-Corp pamphlet guy, did no one really? Ishmael's eyes start to glaze over. Once again, she may have been the only sinner who bothered to read up on our destination. T-Corp, also known as the Time Track Corporation, its citizenry utilizes timepieces as personal identification. They often trade with time instead of physical currency. Their means of transaction done via the timepieces they carry. Most laborers in these lands are rewarded for their efforts with time.
이상 씨를 봐서
Thanks for the explanation, Yi-sung. I'll let it slide this time. So, is this going to be a problem? Otis is the only one of us who carries a watch. Oh, you mean her broken wristwatch? I always thought that wearing a stopwatch was a neat fashion statement. It's not a fashion item. It never was. How insolent of you to assume. Right, I've been meaning to ask. What got you so freaked out about a kidnapping earlier? Oh, there's a pretty scary rumor of indiscriminate kidnappings going around these T-Corp streets. These are abandoned streets, so when I saw a dozen or so people running around together, I was scared that you guys might be the infamous kidnapping syndicate or something. We need more details. I want the who, when, where, what, how, and why. Proceed. People have been going missing around here. This kinda became the last known location for a bunch of missing people. Everyone becomes a shut-in during the foggy days because they don't want to get kidnapped. But look, it's even on the front page of this Times newspaper here. Mysterious kidnapping fear sweeps district. Not even a single body found. I can keep reading if you want. Or so, Roger and Don Quixote began enthusiastically reading the sensationalized titles and attached articles on the newspaper he showed us. Oh, I gotta check out that award-winning eatery. It's not so far from where we are. So the time to retrieval fixers have said as such in these interviews. Are you guys even reading the same article? Well, that's right. There's a lot less people around here than I remember. This street used to be packed with workers headed to their factory jobs and inventors selling their useless trinkets. It's never been this empty. This empty street of T-Corp was thick with fog. The bustling crowd from Heathcliff's memory is nowhere to be seen. Maybe the lack of colors made the fog appear even thicker. This reminds me of the kidnapping rumor we heard when we were working on the Blade lineage case. Missing people. Maybe there really is a messed up kidnapping, human trafficking syndicate roaming this area. I've never heard of such a syndicate sorting about this place, back when I lived here at least. It is a statistical impossibility for human trafficking syndicate to leave zero evidence behind. There's bound to be one or two they let slip between their fingers. Especially if the syndicate is so prolific to the point of indirectly discouraging the public from leaving their homes, a body or two will invariably be found. If they really didn't leave any bodies, maybe it's worse than you're just your usual murderer. Maybe it'll be more dangerous the more we look into it. If it's not just another violent tragedy, then maybe there's more to this than we think. Maybe there's some powerful organization pulling the strings. You know, that's a lot of conjecture to make just from the fact that no body's been found. I'm sorry? Guys, the night in the back streets. A single sweep from no sweepers leaves nothing behind. Every trash in the back streets, including corpses, is completely cleaned up. Right, they cleaned up even the corpses, yeah. Of course, it's kind of scary that they clean up more than just trash. Yeah, the idea of sweepers really freaks Sinclair out for a while. That's because Roja kept making funny noises and sweeper impressions at me every night. Really, Roja? You gotta scare my boy now? Wow.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Just wow.
의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
Okay, we're getting pretty close.
내일은 더 떳떳이
Next up,
살아갈 수
the
있겠군요.
letter. Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
안 닦인 거리에서
A mysterious case of missing persons in a street shrouded in thick, heavy fog.
무슨
It's almost we're in the middle of some scary urban legend. Not that I'm scared, not at all.
억지로
Don't force yourself to laugh, Sinclair.
불길하네.
I don't like this at all.
첫 판부터
We're this scared
주눅드는
so
게
soon after
들어가면
entering the
좋지
nest.
않은데.
Everyone seems to be on edge thanks to the unsettling story we heard earlier. I know what to do. Hey, Heathcliff, that invitation. Can you read it out loud for us again? It'll be a good idea to remind ourselves of our current mission. Besides, I could use a refresher myself.
그까지 초대장 읽어서 뭐 하라고?
It's just an invitation. There ain't anything special about it. The neatly folded invitation Heathcliff produced from his pockets completely betrayed his attempt at appearing aloof. It was folded with such tender care that it almost resembled a neat paper craft. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Sometime later,
부디
please
참석하시어
honor this occasion
이
with your
자리를
presence.
경의를
With
담아.
great respect, Nelly.
그리고
And
아이씨,
bollocks. You have to be
와야
here,
돼,
Heat.
있어.
I'll be waiting,
기다리고
Kathy.
있어.
Damn. Oh, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I asked him to read that letter. What are we? A party crowd at some dive bar? Oh, that wasn't what we were going for? I
내가
knew that
이럴
this
줄
would
알았지.
happen. I ain't even
자네
mad.
대체
Besides, all she said
기다린다고
is that
했을
she'd be
뿐이지.
waiting. She never
만나고
said she
싶다고
missed me or wanted to see me.
아니,
Come on,
그래도
bud.
말이야.
Just look at the way she wrote it here.
어디.
Let me see. Let me see. Some sinners gather in a circle like they're doing a literary analysis of the invitation letter. Maybe I was worrying too much. They're like school kids opening their first love letters.
뭐야?
What? Were you
싱크로는
never
그런
ever?
거에 관심 없었어?
What? Were you never ever interested in those things, Sinclair?
저는
I was
저는
a good, diligent student. The only things I ever cared about were my
공부만
textbooks and the school lectures.
싱클레어군.
Sinclair,
또다시
thy
얼굴이
countenance
붉어지고 있어.
appears to be turning rosy again.
체질이라고
For the last time, I said
말했잖아요.
it's genetics.
그럼
What about you, Dante?
아,
Never
아니다.
mind. Hey, what's with that oddly sorry look on your face?
안타까울
The
필요는
manager has no
없다.
need for your sympathy.
세상엔 많은
I am certain that there are those who
존재하고 있어.
appreciate their unique appearance.
그런데
Is it not odd?
히스클리프
What? That
씨가
someone
연애
actually wrote
편지를 받는 게요?
What? That someone actually wrote Heathcliff a love letter?
아,
Oh
이상
my
씨.
Isang,
그런
that's such a
말은
rude thing
좀
to say.
너무하네.
No, I had no intention of relaying
무례한
it such
말을 한
French
것이
sentiments to Ike.
농담이에요.
Just kidding,
농담.
Isang, just kidding. I was
저도
actually
이상
thinking
씨랑
the
같은
same
걸
thing.
기사
Since
어딘가에
we're not looking
있을
for a
로봇
Lobotomy Corp
지부가
branch of
아니라
T-Corp, since we're heading to
다
this
같이
Wuthering Heights
머더링
manor
하이츠라는
instead.
그곳으로
I
도달해야
suppose that's where we'll find the golden
황금 가지를
bow.
정확하게 짚어주었구려.
That
이스마일이야.
was precisely what I had intended to convey, Miss Ishmael. Thank you for bringing that up. I was starting to get tired of being the bringer of unpleasant news. Hopefully none of you are under the impression that we're headed to Wuthering Heights just because of some invitation Heathcliff received. Because if you are, you'll be sorely disappointed.
그래서 이
Right.
문맥을 보면
So if we're looking at the
결국
context she
하려는
wrote this in, what she's really trying to say here is...
아니,
No, but you gotta look at the
어투를
tone she used here.
뭐
Sure, moving on. There was a report from the LCCB that a golden bow has been observed. They narrowed its location down to somewhere within the Wuthering Heights Manor. But there was a significant risk on account of the manor's unique security system that prevented the before team from conducting their on-site preliminary survey. The exact location of the bow is yet to be identified.
특유의
Unique
보안
security
시스템?
measures? Not sure if I remember anything like that.
그런 게
그렇다면 더더욱
Right, then it's even
네.
more odd. No other ways to put it.
동의하오.
Indeed, though I remain ignorant of the monetary value and the public perception of its worth, I do know that the golden bow is not an item so easily obtainable that it may be housed in a normal private manner.
황금 가지가
It can be shared that the golden bow
그곳에 위치해
wasn't
있었던
always
것은
located
아니었다.
inside the manor.
T사
I see.
로보토미
Then the golden
지부
bow, its previous
어딘가에
location in an unknown area where then
있었던
T-Corp's Lobotomy Corp branch
황금
has been transferred to the manor for a reason we are yet to be aware of. Right,
캐서린이라는
then
인물이
this Catherine
이번
person will
작전의
be a major part of this
핵심이겠군요.
operation.
황금
To
가지를
have a
자기
golden bow
저택
all
안에
to herself
소유하고
in that
있는
manner.
자라니. 그리고
And she's got to be the one confident
황금
woman too.
가지가 아니더라도
Confident enough to believe that
히스클리프
Heathcliff will come
씨가
to the manor just to see
자신을
her
보러
face,
저택에
even if it
와줄
wasn't for the
거라고
golden
믿어
bow.
의심치.
None of this conversation seems to even register to Heathcliff, however.
혹시 주위에
just let me know-
이발소나 양품점이 보이면
Just
말해줘.
let me know if you see a barbershop or a boutique nearby. This isn't a tour bus, Heathcliff. You will not make unnecessary stops like the one you said. Sorry, hold on, gotta clear my throat. This isn't a tour bus, Heathcliff. We will not make unnecessary stops like the ones you suggest.
그냥 나를
Right, I
내려주고
get it. Then
먼저
why
가도
don't-
되잖아. 뒤따라갈
Then
수
why don't
있어.
you just leave me behind and go on ahead? I'll catch up.
제가
So
눈은
Heathcliff,
커다랗게
I've been
뜨고
watching the
계속
shops
보고
very
있는데
closely,
말이죠. 아까의 그
but I haven't noticed a
소문
single open
때문인지는
shop. It might
이
be the
시간에
might be
길거리에
because
열려
of the
있는
rumors
가게가
from
보이지
earlier
않아요.
and the fog.
역시
Why don't you
저랑
leave it to us,
로제한테
Roja and I?
맡겨놓고
What the hell are you? Wait! Wait, what the hell are you? Wait! Ah, dang it. My saliva, fuck. Anyways, we're at the front gate of the manor. Better late than never. Colors. The bus emerged from the back streets into a rather quiet-looking village. The fog was still thick, and everything was still in that faded hue. Even the occasional sightings of pedestrians had ceased. The very idea of color variation seemed to like an alien concept here. All that I see are orange-hued lights coming through the windows of misty gray buildings. It was as though everyone decided to stay indoors for the day. I can't even tell where we are or how close we are from our destination anymore. Have you been here by Chansey-sung? He was the only other sinner who had spent a while in T-Corp, so I decided to ask if he recognized anything, but it was evident that this scenery was unfamiliar to him.
나는 최대한 사람들의 눈을 끌지 않으며 연구와 생업에 몰두하고자 하였지. 하여 T사를 그리 자유로이 오가진 못했소.
Though I have resided here for some time, most of my hours were spent earning a living and conducting my research when I could afford to do so. Thus, I have not ventured freely the streets of T-Corp. I can't imagine doing any research at a place like this. Can't have been easy.
익숙해지면 괜찮소. 오히려 이곳에서 나고 자란 이들에겐 색이 있다는 것이 신기한 것이니.
It is quite manageable once one grows accustomed to this monochromatic sight. The presence of variance in color itself is a concept alien to those who are born and raised in these lands. And I had shoulders of those that I could lean on, even for a fleeting moment. It helps to have such support when acclimating to a place as foreign as this. Yi-sung looks to a place far beyond from here. Memories of his past, most likely. Did you ever hear anything about T-Corp?
T사의 특이점이 어떤 것인지에 대해선 아는 게 있나요?
Did you ever hear anything about what T-Corp singularity is?
그것에 대해선 특이점이 의뢰 그렇듯.
As all singularities are, its true nature, its mechanisms, and function are all something of an enigma. Yet, Yi-sung paused and carefully began to speak. I am aware that it has all to do with time, though I am unsure of its use. Well, I suppose that all this is but meaningless conjecture, and only Miss Faust among us must be aware of the answers. Its singularity is one of the reasons T-Corp constantly drains colors from its inhabitants. What's time got to do with color? If the control of time is so imperative to T-Corp's operations, then they must also control the realm of light. As light inherently has much to do with the spectrum of colors, those two subjects eventually overlap. That is, as far as I could deduce regarding the concept of time that I'm aware of. Yet, it must also be said that it takes time for me to reach Faust's specific knowledge regarding T-Corp's singularity. Faust is known among us for her, maybe and perhaps, rarely ever gave us answers this detailed. Then, now is the time to ask her all my questions. Miss Faust, as we discuss the subject of time, indeed, it would be safe for us to move on from the subject of T-Corp at this time. There she goes again, teasing us with stuff she's not even going to tell us anyway. Well, I guess I should be glad that she decided to tell us this much. I doubt she'll tell us more no matter how much we pry. That's kind of sad, that there are people who's never seen color their whole lives all because of this singularity.
뭐 다 그런 거지. 우리도
Well, that's how
어쩌면
it goes,
지금 다른
isn't it? In
사람이
the eyes of
볼
a
때
stranger,
뭣도
we
모르고 사는
be
불쌍한
just another
사람일
one of
수도
those poor,
있으니까.
miserable people who's never seen color.
뭐가
That's the
되었든
danger in trying to
고기
know.
맛을 한번 본 적이 있다는 게 무서운 거야. 평생 모르고 살면
That's the
좋을
danger in
텐데.
trying your very first bite of the meat. You
귀엽고
taste it
고기
once,
맛을 보면
and you'll never
알기
know the
전으로
flavor, and in
돌아가기는
the end, you'll start to
불가능하니까.
wish you never tried it. It is pretty disappointing that even the sun loses its vibrancy here. Often I long to see the colors of the sky, especially the sky that looms over a light shower of rain.
그래,
Yeah,
그런
things like the color of
것들도
the sky too.
각자
You long to
알던
see it only
하늘색이
because you've seen its beauty.
있었으니까
If you were born
쉽고
here,
그리워지게
never
되는
to escape
거지.
its borders to the last of your days without ever seeing the blue sky, then I'd hardly call that miserable.
그것까지
Calling even
불행하다고
that miserable
말한다면
is nothing but sheltered
오히려
arrogance. I guess that could also be true.
있겠네요.
The atmosphere in the bus suddenly became incredibly frosty. Oi,
그거
hey.
해보자. 가장 좋아하는
Speaking of
색깔이
color, I've got
뭔지에
something to
따라서
tell you.
각자 성격을
Have you
알
ever,
수
have you
있다던데.
guys ever heard of the colors game? Apparently, each type of personality has a corresponding color. Roja, who was the one to chill the bus in the first place, was also the first to break the ice.
이상이 하늘색을
If Song
좋아하는
enjoys the light blue
거라면
color of the sky, then
어디
let's
보자.
see, you must be a thinker and a
고요하고
philosopher who
조용한
prefers to
당신,
calm in the quiet.
생각에 빠져.
Ooh, how did you come to know that? That is quite the remarkable talent you have. Hark. I wish my favorite color to be rated as well, forsooth I quite fancy the color red. Nate, red, Nate.
자,
Now wait your
기다려.
turn. The next in order
그다음에는
is
파우스트.
Faust.
저는
잠깐.
Wait up. I know what you're
무슨
exactly
말인지
about to say.
다
You were about to say Faust does not hold much belief in
대체로
such
그런 걸
ideations
믿지
or something like
않는답니다.
that, right?
그런 사람은
Which is
대체로
exactly
흰색을
what people who like the color
좋아하더라고.
white would say. I'm
그렇지?
right, aren't I?
자기
Like your hair is
머리색이랑
white too.
그저 말을
I will not
아끼겠습니다.
comment further on this subject.
너?
Me? My favorite color?
참,
What
그딴 걸
a
물어봐,
stupid question. That's
남사스럽게.
not Flash.
나는
What I like. He pauses. A great manner emerges. I'm a great manager. A great manner emerges into our. Hold on. Give me a moment. A great manner begins to emerge into our view from a distance. I could immediately tell that this was the Wuthering Heights manor Heathcliff had mentioned.
검은색.
Black.
모든 물감을
It's the color you get when you
다
dump an
섞어버리는
entire
색인가?
set of paint into a bucket, isn't it?
그래서 제일
And that's why,
볼만한
and that's
색깔이지.
exactly why I tolerate it.
덧칠만
Keep
계속
throwing
해버리면
paint over
되는
paint over
거니까.
paint, and you get black. Simple. I can clearly hear that Heathcliff is muttering through gritted teeth. I have a feeling that black wasn't always his favorite color. The makeover. This is gonna be interesting. Two things changed the moment the Wuthering Heights manor appeared over the horizon.
거울.
Mirror.
거울
I
있는
need a
사람
mirror. Anyone got a mirror? Come on, anyone?
왜
What has gotten into you,
이러시는가,
Heathcliff? This mirror isn't. One was Heathcliff, who was suddenly overcome with intense anxiety, and the other was the weather that grew dark and tempestuous all of a sudden. What a terrifying noise.
원래 이렇게 날씨가
Was the
궂은
weather here
곳이었나요?
always this awful?
바람은
It was always
항상
this
거세게
windy, yeah.
몰아치긴 했어.
Almost like a constant
거의.
tempest.
하지만
But this
이런
thunder and
춤을
lightning? Well, the weather at Wuthering Heights
Wuthering
was
Heights
always this
날씨는
awful, thunder or not.
멀리서만
That really is one massive manor if it looks this big from
되게
far
정말
away.
크네요.
If it looks that big from this far away. Carol can't see well. Not sure if this is the right place. But we're here. Lightning goes boom. Eyes go ow. This manor, as though it looked, it came straight out of a dark gothic tale full of mysteries. Sorry. This manor looked as though it came straight out of a dark gothic tale full of mysteries. I was half expecting to hear a haunting cry echoing from its windows. So, are we just waiting for Verjoyce to go off the bus again? When hasn't that been the case, Manager Bud?
그래도
I mean, it's not
지금까지는
like we're
지붕이나
digging into a lobotomy
회사였잖아.
court branch or entering one of the
이번에는
wings,
그냥
right?
저택일 뿐인데.
It's just a manor, so I don't see what's stopping him from coming with us.
자,
Now,
내리지.
off the bus.
나와
Caron and I
이번에도
will wait outside
밖에서
until we're done with our
기다리고
mission. None of the sinners were hiding their dissatisfaction with Vergilius. Some of them were even standing with their arms crossed.
다들
By
표정을
looks on your
보아하니
faces,
단추
clearly you all
할 말이라도
collectively
있는
have
듯한
something to
모양.
say.
본인은 아닐세. 감히. 아무튼 아무 생각도.
Of course not. I would hardly ever dare to challenge thee. Well, maybe not every sinner. We've gone through a lot of things, survived various trials and tribulations. Tribulations that could have easily been handled had Vergilius been there with us. So, Vergilius, it looks like Ishmael decided to step up as our representative.
처음에
You introduced
길잡이라고
yourself to us as our
우리에게
guide, didn't
소개하지
you?
않아. 그런데
So what kind of guy just tosses everyone at the start of the journey and goes off on their own with the bus driver?
카론 씨랑
Where
무엇을
are you guys
하러
even
다니는
going?
거예요? 쓸데없이
I want to make it clear
짜증
that I'm not
부리는
being
거
a
아니라고요.
hard ass for no good
이
reason.
저는
I'm
당신을
asking you
신뢰하고
because
싶으니까
I want to
물어보는
trust.
거예요. 같은 부서의
After all, we're
동료라면
technically all in the same
업무와
boat. We're
행선지 정도는
co-workers.
공유하자고요.
And I'd say the least you could do is tell us where we're headed. Vergilius held his silence for a moment. His brows were not as furrowed as they usually are, which was the only indicator to me that he wasn't as offended to hear this as I thought he'd be.
너희가 특정 계약을 통해
Just like you sinners who joined this company
입사를 한
via
것처럼
your individual contracts,
나 역시
I also signed a contract
어떤
with specific
조건이
clauses
적혀
and
있는
conditions I must
계약서를
abide
통해
by. Huh? The
특색날이께서도
company made the
계약서를
color
썼다는
most
말이군요?
illustrious sign a contract as well?
당연하지
Of course I
않나.
did. Why would I be babysitting you children on this bus otherwise? I'm not one to work for free. I don't want to bother detailing each and every clause of my contract to you, nor should I. But Ishmael, I quite like that you use the word trust in your speech. So I believe that you deserve at least a brief explanation. I am not supposed to retrieve the golden bowls myself, nor am I allowed to provide you with any direct support. The contract stipulates that I must leave everything to the manager and the sinners. Why the hell would you sign a contract like that? As always, it's meaningless to ask me why. Contracts are rarely ever fully understood by those that are not a part of it. But what I can tell you is that when I ask you sinners to leave this bus for a mission, I suppose in a way I say it with a lighter heart than I used to. I'm no longer concerned that in my desire to fulfill the conditions for every clause in my contract, the manager may be irreversibly hurt. I would be left with nothing if such a thing were to happen. Did he just admit to trusting us more than he used to? Don't make him repeat something like that, Dante. Especially when someone went through the trouble of expressing their true hidden feelings. Besides, wait, I am not going in there like this. Nope, can't do this. Oi, turn the bus around! Meppy doesn't do U-turns. Bollocks. I ain't going back to the manor in these wrinkly Bollocks. I ain't going back to the manor in these wrinkly rags. Oh yeah. Every single one of our elaborate plans to dress him up in fancy clothes fell through. Hey, you don't look that bad. If I go back in these rags, those bastards will. Those bastards, who are they? Bastards that only.
옛날부터 나만 보면 하나라도 흠잡을 구석 없는지 누나를 굴려.
Bastards that always eye me up and down, trying to find a speck of dust, a single fault, something to latch onto just to humiliate. Then gouge out their eyes. Oh, that would be quite the clever solution. What are you even? Looks like Heathcliff is the only one who's taking this seriously. What the hell is wrong with the pair of you? Quit giggling like that. Good thing we came prepared exactly for this occasion. I just couldn't imagine he'd managing to pull off this makeover on his own. Roge and I did some shopping in the back streets before we entered the nest. We were waiting to reveal these just in case there was anything more impressive than in the nest. But thanks to the disappointing lack of anything even remotely interesting, we'll just make do with what we picked up earlier. Wait up, buddy second. When the two of you went off on your own, no. All you brought back was a basket of cookies. Well, basket of cookies, wasn't it? Those cookies were decoy cookies, Heath. Though some of them did end up as part of my daily sustenance, of course. While I couldn't find the particular brands I used back home, these should be more than enough for a proper fashion makeover. Verge, come on. Can we keep things nice and happy for once? Let him wear something else other than his uniform just for today. Like no one wants to meet their old flame while wearing their work clothes, right? Well, I doubt the guide will ever let anything like that slip. Fine. What? I would prefer it if we didn't have to encourage another rogue incident with the back door. I would prefer it if we didn't have to encourage another rogue incident with the back door. Seriously, guide! Heathcliff trembled like he was about to give Virgilius a big hug. Now Heathcliff, close your eyes, relax, and let us take care of everything. Pretend you're at the proverbial peach blossom spring. Wait, don't touch my hair like... Whoa, oi, you ain't half bad.
히스클리프 씨는 지금 단장 중이랍니다.
Heathcliff's getting a makeover. Sometime later. Okay, he looks significantly better. Not bad. I think you might have overdone it with the hair. Don't touch it. Do you even have any idea how hard Hong-woo worked on that? Where does Bat go? It's a reunion of the century. We can't possibly let him say hello to his old flame with a big brutish club in his hand.
히스클리프군이 왠지 친절해 보이는 것 같소. 이를테면 아이스크림을 사달라고 하면 바로 사줄 것 같은 느낌이랄까?
Sir Heathcliff appeared a tad more merciful than usual. Mayhaps he shall accept my request should I implore him to purchase me a pint of ice cream. Any longer looks like he's on the verge of punching me when I make the smallest noises. Lad, please don't bring up anything even remotely like that in front of Catherine. Well, I'll
혹시
be.
날
Boats really do make the man.
제외
Do let me know how this reunion goes.
기대하고
I'll be
있겠어.
looking forward to hearing that tale. Sure. So, Heathcliff? I've been meaning to ask this question for a while. I wanted to know the answer, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him. Why'd you leave Wuthering Heights? It's where the love of your life lives, isn't it? Heathcliff, who had been busily moving about and preparing to leave the bus, suddenly comes to a halt.
뭐든 괜찮았어.
I didn't mind it. The thrashings, the starvings, the abuse, them treating me like a servant, like I'm something beneath them. I didn't mind being treated like I'm nothing more than an afterthought. Like I'm some impure trash to be discarded. But when I heard what Catherine said, I realized that I had no longer had any reason to remain in that manner. Heathcliff did not elaborate further. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't, but that he couldn't bring himself to. I didn't dare ask him what he was about to say, so I simply nodded in response. I see. Ooh. Looks like Karen's got something to say about your new fit. Karen has something to say, something big. Great, awesome. Now, Karen, what do you think? Looks oily and greasy. Karen doesn't like greasy. Oh, this isn't how I thought it'd go. Karen's words must have hit him hard. It took quite a bit of convincing for Heathcliff, who was severely discouraged by Karen's remark, to exit the bus. The yearning's talking about is hear ye, fit. Jesus Christ, there's so many story segments, for fuck's sake. The front gate. There's so much segments.
이거 불편하네.
This is uncomfortable.
걸을 때마다
Boy, is it normal for these clothes to squeeze harder with every step I take? That is what it means to maintain an air of dignity. Once you get used to that feeling, you'll feel like you're missing something whenever you're dressed casually. So this must be the front gate to your former place of abode, Heathcliff. The massive gate alone feels downright intimidating. That's one big front door. It is known that in certain regions of the city, the size of the front gate is an indicator of one's social standing. The magnitude of this front gate indicates that the owner of this home is very affluent.
이런 곳에 살았으면서
Heathcliff, you picked on Hongwoo for being a rich kid when you were raised at some huge mansion yourself. I don't mind at all. I'm feeling a bit betrayed, actually. Sir Heathcliff, thou appeared quite different today. Keep your stupid comments to yourselves. Some were teasing him and some were genuinely surprised, but it didn't matter to Heathcliff. Every word he spat out was dripping with venomous spite. I wasn't even remotely close to being rich. I was never once rich in this manner. I wasn't even allowed to be content, not even for a moment. In this manner never accepted me, not even for a... What the hell? A lightning strike. It seems to have struck an area near the forest. That was so loud. It's okay. I heard that it's extremely rare for lightning to actually hit people. A momentary musing reveals a strike of 11 brings about the sensation that is not unlike the joy of fireworks. It fills the dark and cold void of the night sky with its incandescent brilliance, even for a brief moment before fading away into oblivion. Right, and in exchange it loses everything it has, burning and leaving nothing but ash behind. What joy is there to be found? I could hear some forest critters fleeing, spooked by the thunderstrike. Hey, it's a squirrel. Hold on. Ooh, behold, a tiny squirrel over yonder.
집 근처에 숲이라니 자연 친화적인 곳에 살고 계셨군요. 동물원을 따로 만들 필요가 없겠어요.
Oh, such nature so close to home? I didn't know you used to live at such an eco-friendly place. I suppose I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of building a private zoo if I lived at a place like this. To have a garden or a forest so near their home? Even if we were to ignore everything else, that alone indicates that its owner is someone of unimaginable affluence. Right. I remember that Sinclair's home was in the middle of a forest too. Squirrels, sure. There were other animals roaming about too. Sometimes when I was so miserable that I could hardly bear to even be in that manner, I go to the forest and not return for a long, long time. Then this tiny forest friend, Little Sir Squirrel, must have been quite the jolly companion for thee. Little Sir Squirrel! The little squirrel that may have once have been Heathcliff's tiny forest friend? was immediately scorched down into a pile of ash the moment it crossed over into the manor's front gate.
번개.
That was a weird lightning strike. Did it just carve mid-air?
일반적인
The
상황에서
chance of such an
벌어지기에는
occurrence is
지극히 낮은
extraordinarily low. It might just be that I'm overreacting, but it looked as though the lightning was curving itself to strike exactly where that squirrel was standing.
이런 위험천만한
Heathcliff,
곳에서
I had no idea you
용기
grew up in such a
살아남으셨네요.
dangerous place. I'm impressed you even survived. No, blimey, I've not seen anything like it. Right, Heathcliff, ready to knock on the front gate? The front gate. He stared blankly at the front gate of that manor. I've knocked on this gate in good many years. I once had to wait out here for hours because they all refused to let me in. Everyone except Catherine. She snuck out of the manor to open it for me. Walking through the heavy rain.
그럼 지금도
Well then,
마찬가지겠죠.
I'm sure it won't be different this time. So if I knock, Catherine will come out to let me in? Up. Heathcliff takes a deep breath before knocking on the front door.
정말로 이렇게 될
Nothing.
줄은 몰랐는데.
That's not what I meant when I said it won't be any different this time. Oh, we can try climbing over the
방을
fence. I
넘어갈까요?
think we cleared that height as long as we're okay with
높이를
breaking our ankles. No. Heathcliff had a whole bundle of anxiety before he knocked on the front gate, but perhaps this perceived slight reverted Heathcliff into his usual angry self. I was invited to this manor. This invitation would be meaningless if I were to leap over the fence. Catherine, I'm back!
한번 무시당했는데 다시
They've ignored you once,
소리친다고.
continuing to shout won't... Catherine! Despite his efforts, not even a soul stirred beyond the front gate. None of us really believed that anyone would come out to greet him. But... Catherine! The front gate began to creak as though someone was answering his pleas.
꾸민 보람이
The
있었죠?
makeover was worth it, Okay. This is gonna be... We're in for a rough start. Alright. Here we are. Front lawn. We're gonna be here a while. The heavy rain and the tempest only grew harsher the closer we got to the manor.
대문을 넘었는데도
Though we have
사람은 코빼기도 보이지 않는군.
Though we have long made it past the front gate, not a soul doth appear. The bubbling and excitement of the sinners when they disembarked the bus had all but disappeared. The silent air of apprehension surrounded them as they gingerly took their hesitant steps toward the manor. Kathy, have you been well? No, Catherine, it's been a while. It has been a while, hasn't it? No, this ain't it either. In the midst of this aura of uneasiness, only Heathcliff seemed to be preoccupied by something else. The rest of the sinners were. Did you catch that? A bird, a subspecies of sparrows to be exact. Lightning continues to strike aggressively, even this far past the front gate. We would have been burnt to a crisp had it struck even a little closer. Lightning continued to blast the earth, as though it wouldn't be satisfied until it's reduced every level. Okay, sorry, hold on. I'm stuttering here, sorry. Lightning continued to blast the earth, as though it wouldn't be satisfied until it's reduced every living thing in the manor to grounds to a pile of ashes.
빨리 걷자니 벼락 맞을
Is it gonna
것
hit us
같고,
if we walk faster?
천천히 걷자니
Or maybe it
또
hits
벼락을
things that
맞을
are
것
moving too
같고.
slowly. Maybe we should speed up. I don't know.
이동 속도와는
Our
관련이
walking
없는 것
speed
같다.
seems irrelevant. Instead,
마치 벼락
it's almost as if this lightning has a will of its own, striking with
목표를 맞추는
intent.
것처럼 보이네.
This brings back some unpleasant memories.
아, 어쩌면
Oh, maybe it's
이
like this
집의
house's
방어
defense
시스템은
system? Defense system. Do you imply that this may be a part of the manor's security measures?
허가받지 않고
Maybe it only
이
targets things that
저택 안에
enter the manor
들어오는
grounds without
것
permission.
같지만 이것보다
I've seen
더
security
정교하고
measures that are more
확실한
precise
장치도
and more
많았거든요.
conclusive than this.
크기가 커다란
Larger manors
저택일수록 더
often do install
효과적인
more
보안
effective
장치들을
security
설치하곤
systems after
하니까요.
all. Oh, I think our family talked about installing a defense system at our home too. It was one of those topics that kept coming up during dinner. That would make
말이 안
sense.
되는 건
Not that I'll ever
아니네요.
understand the
그렇다고
thought process behind
이런
these
사고방식이
systems.
이해된다.
Perhaps the security measures that prevented the before team from approaching the manor may be.
네?
Yeah,
하지만
but we have the
저희는
invitation with us.
초대장이 있잖아요.
I think we'll be just fine. Is that really all this is? Is this just one of those normal security measures that every rich family supposedly has?
하지만 조금
This is
신기하긴
pretty interesting
해요.
though. I heard that the
조종하는
technology to change the weather
시스템은 비효율적일
itself is
정도로
really
어마어마한
expensive to
금액이
the point of being
들어간다고 해서
inefficient. So
직접 본
expensive
적은
that I've not seen it
없었거든요.
myself. I did remain silent because I didn't want to concern the sinners with something I wasn't sure about. But the closer we got to the manor, the more confident I became that something was off. That this extremely abnormal weather isn't the work of some security system. This absolutely has something to do with the golden bow. But this golden bow feels different from the ones we've encountered before. It's a bit more chaotic. Oh, huh, these flowers.
색깔이
They've
있네요.
got color. Sinclair was right. The manor's garden was lightly littered with flowers. They were the only things of color in this dreary sight. I wonder what these flowers are called.
혹시 말이야.
Huh, I guess you can return the colors to even the flowers if you could cough up enough
꽃에도
cash.
그렇습니다.
Indeed, and the proprietor of this manor must have held a particular love for these flowers. To return the colors to such transient things as flowers. Or perhaps it may simply be that they are preposterously affluent. Heathcliff quietly gazed at the patches of violent flowers as Isang mused out loud. You're wrong. There was no particular love for these flowers. There was no room, no warmth in that heart to spare for mere flowers. Heathcliff appeared as so doleful as that I felt as though he had built a tall, opaque wall between himself and the world. I could not bring myself to ask further. He did not tell us the name of those flowers.
아이고, 어서 오세요.
Oh my! Please, come this way! Someone hurriedly runs this way from the manor's front door, holding a lantern.
날씨가 참 말썽이죠.
What an awful weather,
하긴
Well,
T사는
T-Corp is the
워더링 하이츠는 화창한 적이 드물지만요.
The Wuthering Heights Manor is rarely ever sunny, but this is quite the storm. Long time no see, Nelly. My word, Heathcliff, is that you? It really is you. Yeah, you haven't the slightest idea how worried I was since you left. Have you been eating well? You've not been bullied by a rough crowd, have you? Bullied by a what? We've wanted to hear from you for so long. Do come in now. Come in. This Nelly regarded us with a curious look, as though she didn't quite understand what we were supposed to be. If I may be so bold as to presume, would you be our dear Heathcliff's friends? Ahem, yeah, well, friends, are we? The answer to that question hinges on the range of affinity one would define as the delineation that separates friends from acquaintances. Course of friends, precious friendship, fortune fire, multiple fires actually. Your dear Heathcliff's precious friends are about to freeze to their deaths in the rain, woman. My, what honorable guests! I welcome to this place today. I must be all over the place to leave you all standing in the rain. Come in now. Come in. It's a tad warmer here than it usually is outside. The interiors of Wuthering Heights was rather dark, yet this manor don't have color. Its hue appeared a tad faded from its original vibrancy, but there was color in this manor. What I tell you, I could see color inside this manor. Well, it's all bought by money anyway. Believe it or not, there's something about these lanterns hanging about the manor that bring back colors. The lanterns that return the object's original saturation. These are quite expensive luxuries, are they not? It still doesn't bring all the colors back. Things still remain a tad gloomy. So where's Kathy? Heathcliff, please tell me of your life since you have left us, Where have you been staying? Have you been eating well? My, have you lost weight? I'm glad your delay wasn't too substantial. We have all been waiting for your arrival. Now let me get a better look at you. Your fine dress clothes, the hair. My, you've certainly grown into a right proper gentleman, haven't you? Quite the popular lad you are with a posse of friends and all. Well, did I? But of course, I would not have recognized you from a distance. Now he was talking so fast that Heathcliff wasn't spared even a second to get in a single word.
Nelly,
what's it? What is your precise relation to Heathcliff as his precious friend, colleague, and comrade in arms? I cannot help but be curious as to how you two know each other. Otis, who was conspicuously scanning the interiors of the manor, suddenly asked Nelly the most transparently suspicious question that I've ever heard. Let's see, Heathcliff's, how should I put this? Nanny, I suppose? Nanny? What, like, you wiped Heathcliff's not change his baby coats, and am I thinking of the right nanny? And when the baby's fussy about the food, Nanny's spoon feed it to them. Wait, Nelly, quit teasing me like that. You weren't exactly my nanny, and you know that. We've known each other since we were both young, and I did not treat her like a servant or follower around like she was my nanny.
그리고 지금은 엄연히 치프 버틀러라고. 내 말 한마디에 군기가 바짝 드는 버틀러들이 얼마나 많은데.
Mind you, I am now the chief butler of the house. You must see the other butlers moving about like soldiers when I give a word. Well, you were the best at your job. Ellie, I'm getting quite impatient, so I've got to ask. Heathcliff must have wanted so badly to ask her where Kathy was. So, when's the banquet starting? Instead, he hid his true question behind a mask of aloofness. But Nellie's expression became somewhat odd upon hearing Heathcliff's query. Banquet, oi! When's that? What was friggin' coming? Is he even on his way? You can't just leave after gathering us all down here! If I have to sit any second longer next to these mugs, I'm going to lose it! There was a furious voice echoing from down the halls. Nelly, wait.
잠깐.
I recognize that voice.
아, 참.
My, don't rush.
안 그래도
He just
막
arrived,
왔어요.
mind you.
히스클리프,
Let's join the
들어가자.
others.
모두가
Heathcliff,
널 기다리고
like I
있다고
said, we've all
했잖아.
been waiting for your arrival. Heathcliff bit his lips and anxiously involved Nelly.
파티를 하는
This
듯한 분위기는
doesn't feel like a
확실히
manner.
아닌 것
Feel at all like a
같은데.
manner that's about to throw a party. Yeah, that cruise ship party, this
크루즈가
manner.
아무리
You can't hide the
감추려고
rising
해도
sense
말이죠.
of dread from places like these.
공간에서부터 나오는
Doesn't matter how hard you try.
평소에도
This manor does not appear to have been a place where
활기찼던
liveliness is an expected element.
청소를
I
급하게
see signs of rush cleaning conducted immediately before the guests arrive. Several cracks and areas in need of repair have been identified as well. Also, I was scant expecting a raucous party, yet this is quite the depressing presentation. I followed Don Quixote to the halls. She appeared terribly disappointed. Okay, hold on. I gotta mute this for a sec. I need to get some water. Anyways, sorry for the hold up. I just went and got a water break. I got some water, I'm hydrated. Let's do this. A warm reception. Okay, this isn't good. Wait, what's the requirement for this? Oh, okay, blunt. Hey, how nice of you to make it.
투입이군.
출발하지. 오늘은 시간을 얼마나 뜨드려나?
지정 보호 구역에 소요 사태 확인.
슈트가 실시.
Oh hey Brick, nice of you to make it. Two people sat by a dying hearth, surrounded by their respective posse. It was quite apparent from the way that they sat opposite of one another that their relationship is far from amicable. On one end was a group of people dressed in mysterious masks, surrounding a jumpy-looking man who looked like he was about one nudge away from hollering foul insults at everyone. On the other group was an end of people dressed in identical uniforms. Sinclair told me that they were wearing the outfit that most Manor employees wear to each other. One of them stood out, as he was the only one among them in a black suit. He appeared somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed as though he was in a great deal of pain merely by being here. And between the two groups were...
해결사들이요! 저 복장은 분명 외우피 협회에서 온 자들!
Fixers! I recognize their outfits. Forsooth, they must be the fixers from the Ophi Association.
외우피 협회는 보통 중요한 일이 아니면 뺏기도 힘든 분들인데 어찌 이런 곳에!
Okay, Don Quixote, calm down there. Calm down. It is quite rare to even get a sighting of the single Ophi fixer. They required quite the momentous occasion to even grace us with their presence. Shh, shh. We'll have time to ask for autographs later. Alright? At the coax, Don Quixote was practically quivering from immediately running to them for signatures, because we had unintentionally become the center of attention from the entire room. The center of a very negative attention.
맙소사, 기어코 그가 돌아오고 말았어요. 워더링 하이츠의 수치인 그
My-
망할 자식이.
By gum, that vagabond has returned. The bloody shame on Wuthering Heights.
여전하네.
Same old Josephine, huh?
뻔뻔하게 들어오는 꼬락선이 좀 보라지. 우리 마님이 보신다면 얼마나 기겁하실까.
Look at him strutting about like he owns this place. If our mistress were to witness his travesty.
조세핀
Gosh.
그만 좀 해.
Gosh, Josephine, that is quite enough.
신경 쓰지 마.
Don't mind her, Heathcliff.
이 광경을
This
보시면
blessed land of Wuthering Heights, reduced to an asylum for vagrants and drifters. If the mistress here had been here to witness this tragic, deplorable state of affairs. There was an old woman in the room who was muttering some choice words at us while staring with eyes full of hatred.
역시 망나니 자식답게 제일 늦게 기어 들어오시는구만.
Shut up.
무슨 자신감으로 이곳을?
Shut up, pig. The witless brigand returns, and quite late at that. How dare you show your face?
조용히 하십시오.
Indley, please. Exercise some restraint.
히스클리프.
Heathcliff,
정말 돌아올 줄
I hardly did expect your return.
개소리를 잊지
You have yet to let Catherine go still? It was clear that the two had both been acquainted with Heathcliff for a while. But the nature of that acquaintance was more of a long-standing hatred stemming from the deep history of contention they shared. One of the two was hardly hiding his hatred, allowing it to fully seize control of his words and actions, but the other one's hatred had sunk deep into his heart, boiling and riding underneath.
내가 뭐 성대한 환영 같은 걸 기대하고 이 저택에 돌아온
I
건
wasn't exactly expecting a grand welcome upon my return. But I ain't here to see your ugly mugs. It's like you always said, my base nature is just incapable of change. Heathcliff shoots back with just as much vitriol, as though he was always used to this kind of scorn and humiliation. The man in a black suit turns away as though it would degrade him to even entertain him with an answer, but this man they called Hindui.
이 빌어먹을 자식이! 짐승만도 못할 새끼가!
Jeez, calm the fuck down. You unscrupulous shite! You bloody animal, no, a thing lesser than a savage beast! Jumped up from his seat, his face turning bright red from anger.
또 어디서 이놈이랑 똑같은 것들을 데리고 왔어? 뭐라도 쑤셔볼 심산인가 본데.
Hindui, can you shut the fuck up for 5 minutes? Seriously? By the looks of it, you found yourself a band of vagrants and vagabonds just like you, eh? Calling back to see if there is something worth pilfering from this place!
어이 너네! 이 자식 정신 좀 차리게 두들겨 패라. 어디 한쪽을 부러뜨리기라도 하면 더 좋고.
You what? Beat his ass and teach him a lesson! Break a bone or two! No orders from boss. Shut it! I'm your boss's boss! I heard him and the rest of you!
그래봤자 어디서 굴러 들어온 개 뼈다고.
I don't expect these boneheaded fools to give you much trouble anyway. Head of bone? What on earth is that fellow speaking of? He's just expressing his explicit desire to get his ass beat. Well, since he asked for it.
위험인물 발견.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는
Hey, Russian.
누구 하나 살려.
Yeah, I'm aware. Arknight is coming. Well, in the next 2 days. Might as well make as much ground as I can, right?
말로 받았다. 저 해충들을 도려내. 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 뭐야?
Take it home.
길을 열어라.
지발을 의뢰했다면
모든 것에 견뎠어. 일기당장 목을 떨궈주마. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh hey, Ishmael, nice of you to make it. Anyways, so Brick and Black League, you're talking about the collab. Brick's mentioning that they first tried Zhao in the Library of Ruin, huh? Okay. Business as usual then. Hey Ishmael, nice of you to make it.
꿰뚫어주겠네. 깨우치시길.
토끼를 본다. 넌 푸름을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈흘려하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
묘여. 길을 열어라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Hit it. Hey, Brick. Are you grinding for the event Thursday? Just catching up, you know?
이제
Can't be undersupplied for the big day, you know?
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
좋아. 이제 살을 발라 뼈다구 로 만들어주지.
Good. Now we'll separate the bones from your flesh and personally introduce you to your own skull. Oi, lads! A casual yet powerful voice booms across the hall, immediately breaking the tension in the room.
잠깐 물 좀 마시려고 갔다 온 동안 무슨 난장판이 벌어진 거야?
I was gone just for a minute to get some water. What the hell happened here?
저택은 또 빌어먹게도 넓어서 차라리 우물에서 물을 길어오는 게 나을 뻔했네.
This is one big feckin' manor, eh? Would have been faster to go bucket a cup of water from the well myself. Boss, we have a guest. So that's their boss.
예. 걸음걸이나 한눈에 느껴지는 기색으로 보아 전투에 꽤나 능숙한 경험이 있는 자 같습니다.
Yes, Executive Manager, it is immediately obvious from the way he walks and from the way he carries himself that he is someone quite experienced in combat. Right on time. Your lackeys are lacking. How could they let these groups of no-name hooligans knock them on their asses? Go on, show them the meaning of pain. Looks like I've got to give my men some proper demonstration. The boss confidently strode toward Heathcliff, then gave him a playful smack on the back of his head. Oi, lad! Ain't the first thing to do when going back into your neighborhood to give a quick Oi, lad! Ain't the first thing to do when going back into your neighborhood to give a quick hello to your dear old boss? Where'd you leave your manners? Huh? You lot! Wipe that stupefied look from your faces and bow before him! Come on, hurry up, show some bloody respect! What? No, it can't be! The man who waited past both the aftermath of the brawl and the heavy tension that filled the manor... Sorry, that man waited past both the aftermath of the brawl and the heavy tension that filled the manor like he was out on a stroll. He just walked into the middle of it all, and put his arm around Heathcliff's shoulder. It was the kind of friendly gesture that only someone who's known Heathcliff for a long, long time could do.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수
Next up,
있겠군요.
Catherine.
매튜 형님?
Boss? Matthew?
그래 임마.
Right on, you muppet! You've been gone for so long that people don't even recognize the infamous Mad Coney!
미친
Mad Coney?
저놈이랑 옛날부터 아는 사이였냐? 왜 미리 얘기를 안 했지?
You've known the not vagrant for so long? Why haven't you told me so?
뭐야 뭐? 옛날에 끈끈하고 땀내 나는 이야기까지 듣고 싶어 하실 줄은 몰랐어서.
Well, I hardly imagine you'd be interested in hearing about every little friend I made back when we were just another gang rolling in the sweaty, muddy streets.
형님은 왜 이놈이랑... 아니, 그것보다 그럼...
Boss, why are you working with this blighter? Wait, no, but...
이 감염...
That mask, those rabbit ears.
데드 레비츠?
Wait, you're still with the dead rabbits?
올해가 좀 많이 변했지?
Yeah, we've changed a tad, eh? Remember, lad, back in the day, all we needed to crack some Adams family eggs was some tattered scarf around one arm and bottles of beer on tap.
네 별명으로 이름이 붙은 맥주도 있었잖아. 그지만 몇 주 전에 문 닫았어.
We even named one of them beers after you, didn't we? The pub that used to sell that beer closed shop a few weeks ago. Ain't got that much business around with that dreadful rumor keeping everyone home nowadays. Adam's family, huh? Oh, sweet.
뭐? 늑대 몰락펍이 망했다고?
What? The Wolf's Fall closed? Bloody hell. I suppose I'm leaving you all out of the loop, eh? Well, allow me to introduce the gaffer. He was the boss of the old syndicate I used to run with. They all friends of yours, eh? Joined some prosh pauper company after running out on us out of nowhere, did you?
뭐 어쩌다
Well, things just work out that way.
부하들도 많이
Are all them
생겼네.
lads and lasses your lackeys? Blimey, got a walking timepiece with you too. You daft bastard, you've certainly moved up in the world, eh? Lackeys? Ishmael glared at Heathcliff with a look that could kill, but she decided to hold her silence and merely shook her head in disbelief. She probably decided that it was not worth the trouble.
그런데 왜 이런 가면을 쓰고 다니게 된 거야, 형님?
So, what's up with the masks, boss?
왜? 이상하냐? 유행이라는 거는 매일 바뀌는 거야. 어깨에 토끼가 그려진 스카프를 매던 시기는 지났단 거지.
What? Is it odd? Trends change with time, lad. The time for scarves with rabbit embroidery is long past. But is that so? It looks a bit... Of course not. What do you think we are? We the dead rabbits aren't a bookish rabble that follows the coattails of some naff trend. You've really not returned to this place since you left, have you?
이 저택을
No, when I left this manor and
그리고
eventually the dead rabbits,
적어도 성공해서 내 발로
I made a promise to myself that I'd not return.
다시는
Not even a step closer to this place until I've made something of myself. Not until I can return as a successful man.
하긴 너는 우리랑 어울리고 있었을
Well, you've always hated this place, even when you were one of us. I've got news for you, Heathcliff. We're no longer the same lowly backstreets gang you're familiar with. I suppose we've also moved up in the world. Someone from the ring who'd been keeping their eyes on us plucked us right off the streets and into their fold. We're bigger now. We're one of the up-and-coming syndicates. The ring? What are the fingers? Must be the fauvists of the ring then. They're the only ones who outfit their underlings with such cheap, tacky animal masks. Then you're... Yeah, little shite. I'm the top boss of the dead rabbits now.
우리가 마시던 맥주가 세 병이 넘어갈 때마다 중얼거리던 말이
Remember what you always used to say when we've each filled up more than 3 bottles of beer?
썩어가는 밀로 만든 싸구려 맥주였어, 히스클리프.
What we drank were some lousy beer made from halfway rotten wheat, Heathcliff.
기억나는 건
All that I remember
empty. 같은 두통과
All that I remembered come the next morning was a pounding headache and the light feeling of our empty pockets.
형님 밑에
You
있는
used to tell me that it hurt like hell every time one of your own men came back to us hurt. Even the recruits. Like they hurt you not just any underling but an extension of you.
난 형님이 언젠가
I knew you'd make it big one day, boss. Well, I suppose drunk me knew how to wax poetic.
역시 매추
I
형님이
knew it was
왔구나.
you.
가면을 쓰고 있어서 그런지
I knew
다른 사람이 된 줄 알았어.
I knew it was you, Matthew. The mask threw me off for a moment, boss. What a sorry sight this is! I sincerely apologize to you two sweethearts for crashing your tearful reunion. But the point is, while you were wandering the streets, wasting away the best years of your life on the road, Matt's made something of himself. Which is why I hired him as my bodyguard. You hear me? Not like you and your merry band of no-name, second-rate hooligans! I can think of more than a few sinners who have gotten angry enough to brandish their weapons at such an insult. But I always seem to remember that responding to such insults with violence would only begot pointless turmoil. So instead, they all began sighing heavily in an attempt to vent some of their pent-up anger.
신들리, 아직도 나를 마구 짓밟고 조롱하고 개처럼 부려먹어도 되는 그 시절 겨울인 줄로 아는 것 같은데.
Hindley, you seem to be sorely mistaken. This isn't the same winter you thrashed me, treated me like an indentured servant, and abused me like a hound.
물론
I won't deny that I spent many days and nights imagining tearing that foul tongue from your gob. But Heathcliff glanced briefly in our direction.
나 같은 놈도
Even a poor sod like myself found a place to belong. Went on adventures to places you couldn't even imagine. Learned a thing or two from them.
지금은 그냥
So I just feel bad for you, mate. What? Because you really haven't changed one bit.
그리고 너 꼬라지가 그게
The
뭐냐?
hell is that rag you're wearing? You look more like a drifting vagabond than I do. What? What? You insult fool! That man's been saying some pretty nasty stuff about us. But he doesn't even look like someone that's worth arguing with. Mate, did you even check yourself in the mirror in the last week? I can't bear to look at you so down in the dumps, Hindley. Of course, we had no way of knowing what Hindley looked like in the past, but we could pretty easily tell that he was far from the most stable person in the room. You fucking bastard! Now, Mr. Hindley, why don't you seat yourself on this sofa and calm down? Be more considerate of our boys standing in that corner watching the whole thing go down, huh? They don't even get these comfy-looking leather sofas. Hindley grumbled for a moment before slumping down on the sofa. And even that simple action was stumbling and pathetic. I see what happened. He let the alcohol consume him and not the other way around. Fell into a big nasty barrel with no way out. I've seen the same look on some sailors. Failing to pull themselves out of that habit,
그냥
would lead
호수에
themselves
빠지는
straight into the merciless maws of the of a lake. Not even a trace of them would be left. Well, this man stole my client. Mr. Henry hired me for some job, which is why I'm here at Wuthering Heights. Job.
이 자리는 캐서린이 주최한 연회잖아.
Catherine's hosting this banquet, ain't she? What kind of job could possibly need the dead rabbit's help here? What? Huh? A banquet? Well, I suppose there's one thing that hasn't changed with time. It's that witless, useless, idiot brain of yours, you absolute dullard. Henry, please, cease this at once, I implore you. I do not wish to see my manner sullied by such foul obscenities. This is not your home, Winton. It's mine. It's my manor! You're the one who sullied this whole noble...
우리 아버지가 내게 물려주신 고귀하고 명망 높은 이
You're-
워더링 하이츠를
You're the one who sullied this noble Wuthering Heights, my birthright, bestowed upon me by my father, by taking it from me by means of trickery.
네놈의 그 에드가라는 잘난 가문에서 내어주신
Was your own family manor too small for you, Linton Edgar? Your oh so noble Edgar family!
에드가 가문?
Edgar family? The time for whining, crying, and throwing a tantrum to get what you want is long past.
금방이라도 숨이 넘어갈 것
Bold words for some milksop was about to choke himself to death on air!
힌들리 씨, 물러나십시오.
Please maintain your distance, Mr. Hindley.
대만도 못
I've seen more Mongols more loyal than you lot! I was your master only a few years ago! Have you cast aside your memories as well as when you did your loyalty?
그만하세요, 힌들리님.
Cease this at once, Master Henry. The busters have all left Henry Earnshaw behind, as you are very well aware yourself.
자, 너희들도
And you too, butlers.
이
We do not want
더 이상
to make
소란을
further
일으키고
trouble here,
싶은 거야.
Understood, Chief Butler
알겠습니다.
Nelly. After a brief silence, Heathcliff finally brought up the question he'd been stewing for so long.
캐서린은 어디 있는 거야, 넬리?
Nelly, where's Catherine?
알잖아.
You must know, Nelly, that Catherine never did like these commotions. So many guests making so much noise in her home. She won't be pleased. I suppose she never did. I've been keeping my volume in check because I didn't want to offend her. But it's getting harder and harder to keep it down. There was a look of unfathomable, immeasurable grief on both Linton and Nelly. Henry was absent-mindedly mumbling some foul language at the ceiling, and Heathcliff probably sensed from this ineffably dark and ominous silence that something was terribly wrong. It was settling in for us as well. After all we've been through in this journey, this kind of silence was all too familiar. Where is Catherine? What's with this dour look on everyone?
미안, 히스클리프.
I'm terribly sorry, Heathcliff. Why are you sorry? What the hell are you sorry about? Heathcliff, I may have a correct assumption as to what the silence indicates. So I have no other choice but to tell you, as it is common courtesy to do so, that I am very sorry to hear that. What the fuck? Ah! Can't you talk normally for once? I hardly know how to tell you this, but Miss Catherine isn't here anymore. What do you mean she's not? Catherine, she's dead. Ah, shit. It's one thing hearing the silence in another time. It's another thing to be hearing the silence right fucking now. Jesus. The silence was... It's just deafening. Holy fuck. Linton looked up at Heathcliff. His eyes were bloodshot. As he said earlier, none of us are here to see each other's ugly mugs. What other reason could we have possibly have to reconvene like this? That can't be real. What kind of insane... Now... Fixers of the Opioid Association, who have remained silent throughout the entire commotion, suddenly spoke up. The promised hour has come. Mr. Henry Earnshaw, a blood relative of the deceased, Mr. Linton Edgar, the spouse of the deceased, and Mr. Heathcliff, an individual mentioned by name in the will. Now that the three relevant parties are all present, we, as the executors of the deceased's will, may begin the ceremony. The first order of business will be the execution of Miss Catherine's will. Thus commences the solemn occasion of Miss Catherine's funeral rites. As per the deceased's wishes, the will shall be read out aloud here at Miss Catherine's manor in attendance of all those present. Then, no, you stop. Shut up for a second. Whose funeral rites? And what was that about her spouse? The man they called Linton rose from his seat for the first time since we arrived here. After he abandoned his place with nary a word to her, Catherine immediately turned to me. Then we married. Every waking hour we spent together were filled with happiness and joy. We were happy to the very last day, to our very last breath. Shut your stupid gob. The moment I set foot in this manor, I heard her voice. I felt her presence. So what the bloody hell are you even talking about? This has to be some point. These fucking bastards! They must have this kid. Heathcliff paused for a moment, struggling to find the words. This can't be how it ends. I won't believe a single shite coming out of your mouths until I see her body with my own eyes! Where is she? Bring her here now! What a repulsive sight. Repulsive, the least you could have done was to show some proper respect for the dead, but I suppose even the bare minimum was too much to expect from someone like... I understand how you feel, Heathcliff, so please calm yourself and take a seat. Get your hands off me! You can't just decide for me that she's dead! I won't accept any of this, not until I see Kathy with my own! Warning, should this interruption to the will reading continue, we may have to resort to the use of force to ensure the full execution of this will. Shut up! You don't know shite, so shut your fucking mouth! Heathcliff was gasping. The sheer momentousness of the emotion overwhelmed him. It looked as though he was about to lunge at anyone who even dared to get close. I could hardly tell whether it was sorrow or wrath that came over him.
Heathcliff, 너야말로 거울을 좀 봐.
Oh my god.
거울이 말이 아니고.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up, Henry. Just shut up. Look at you with that raggedy ass fit. What the hell? All the dirt and scratch. You're not one to talk, you idiot. I can't believe I'm looking at such a reprehensible man at face value. But the show must go on. Heathcliff, why don't you go have a look in the mirror yourself? What a pathetic mess you've become. Doesn't matter what posh garb plebs like you wrap yourselves in. That filth from your little bird seeps right through the fabric at the slightest provocation. You'll eventually see Catherine's corpse, alright. It's all part of the funeral process, so don't be in such a hurry to get there. I can't wait to see how well she's resting after what she's done to me. Mr. Henry Earnshaw, Mr. Heathcliff, we order that both of you immediately return to your seats. This is your final warning. Manager Esquire, we must...
웨오피 협회 나리들은 계약 불이행에 관해선 필요에 따라 처형까지 할 수 있는 사람들이란 말이오.
Oh, hey, Gale. Sorry for the noise. Manager Esquire, we must do nothing on. Fixers of the Ophiel Association may even execute those involved should there be a breach of contract. I ill wish to see Sir Heathcliff be executed, nor do I wish to have to battle the honorable fixers of the Ophi Association. I agree with Don Quixote. There is no need for us to get involved in such an unnecessary conflict, but I don't think Heathcliff's going to listen to us. I don't even know if there's anyone who can talk Heathcliff down when he's that agitated. You have refused to comply. We had no choice but to watch as fixers of the Ophi Association struck Heathcliff with their weapons. He fell to his knees with a painful cry. Y.S. Do speak. Not you. Speak still. Not your intentions notwithstanding. You stop. All of you. Something's off about this whole thing. Would you like to speak for this individual?
말할 뻔했지만 그냥 가만히 있는 게 좋을 거라고 마음을 바꿨습니다.
Was what she was going to say, but she decided to remain silent in favor of not getting in trouble. Right? Huh? What are you doing, BG? Yoshu, I understand that seeing our fellow sinner get smacked around like that can be pretty aggravating, but once you get involved, peace will simply no longer be an option. Didn't you know you cared so much about Heathcliff, Yoshu? And see. You bastards! Fine, let's crack some skulls then, shall we? Heathcliff stumbled to his feet with the club in his hand, glaring at everyone that stood before him. I say that you are still refusing to comply despite our initial attempt. Should you refuse to let go of your weapon within the next minute, we have no choice but to escalate to our next steps. I couldn't care less about your steps. Give me Catherine or... None of us are leaving this manor alive. You want me, we're all going 6 feet under. Heathcliff! Shut it, cockhead! This ain't the time to bring up shite like the company rules. Stay out of my way! I don't have anything to say. If someone that important to me died, I'd be blinded and deafened to all reason too.
있지, 히스. 지금 엄청 화나고 답답한 건 알겠어. 하지만 이대로 가면 우리는...
Hey, Heath. I understand how angry and frustrated you must be, but you can't. Shut your trap! Oh, don't you dare touch me unless you want to face your face is caved in too. It's nap time, Heathcliff. Whoa.
방금 맨손으로
Did she just knock him out cold with her bare hands? It wasn't even a punch, it was all like tap. His breathing is stable. It appears that she gave the nerve on the back of his head a precise focused strike, which led to the loss of consciousness. What a flawless execution of that move. I can certainly say that I've seen something like that before. Reminds me of my family's. Sir Heathcliff have been defeated with a single fell strike.
이 정도의 기술은 가지고 있어야 진정한 버틀러라고 할 수 있죠. 아이가 안 잔다고 20시간 동안 고집 부리면
Every self-respecting butler has to be equipped with one such move. What other choice have we got when the child fusses and fusses for 20 hours instead of going to sleep?
난 바로 눕자마자 꿈나라로 갈 수 있네. 정말로.
Forsooth, I can say with quite the confidence that I can immediately slumber to the dreamlands upon talking myself in bed. For truth.
자인은 아니더라도 무기를 놓았고 진정된 것을 확인하였으니.
Though it was not by his own volition, we have confirmed that he is no longer in possession of a weapon and has been subdued.
잠시 진정
We
시간을
will allow for a
10분
10-minute
정도
recess
가진
to let things calm down for a moment,
이후
then we will proceed as planned.
계속
Excuse me, Lady Nellie?
넬리님이라고
Lady Nellie, no need for such honorifics, please, just call me Nellie. The contractors that Mr. Linton Egger brought. He once worked at this manor, right?
맞아요,
Yes,
맞아요.
indeed. Some butlers from the earned shaws like myself followed Miss Catherine to Master Linton's.
그럼 린튼 씨가 명령만 내린다면 넬리님도
Of course, most of Master Linton's butlers are from his own Egger family.
그게 무슨 말도 안 되는.
So, if he gives the order to attack us, Lady Nellie would... Oh, pish posh, ridiculous!
저는
I was a butler in
직접 버틀러였어요.
direct service of Miss Catherine.
린튼 도련님이
Young Master Linton could plead and beg all he wants, but I won't
애걸복걸해도
always be taking his side.
저희 근데
So,
버틀러가
what
정확히
exactly are the butlers?
버틀러? 말하자면 말이요. 그들은
Butlers, forsooth, I am quite well acquainted with this matter. They are house dogs on tight leash. House dogs on tight leash, groveling before their masters.
누구보다
The most trustworthy and loyal people I've ever known, I'd say.
가문의 해결사들이요.
Fixers bound to families! Nice, gotcha. Some great help you fellas are. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one out of the loop for one.
그래도 버틀러에 대해
At
곧바로
least some of you
아시는
know who we
분이 있네요.
butlers are. It is a
조금은
rather rare
생소한
occupation, so not many
버틀러
people
조직
even know that
자체를
we
모르는
exist.
돈 좀 있는 집에서 났을 테니
Doesn't sound like the most
보통은
normal
알기
folk would have a
힘들겠지.
reason to know anything about them.
아니면
Unless they're in a
돈 좀
position
있는
where they
집에
have no choice but to
고용되어야만
work at the
하는
rich folks'
입장이구나.
homes.
뭐 우리 중에 해결사를 좀 많이
Well, one of
좋아하는
us is
자가
quite
있어서.
a passionate fan of fixers.
그렇군요.
Quite.
우리 히스클리프가
Oh, I'm very pleased to know that our dear Heathcliff has made some very intelligent friends. Lady Nellie!
내 버스로 다시 돌아간다면 꼭 버려다 포기해버렸었던 버틀러 피규어를 구해 책장 제일 앞에 세워두리다.
I promise thee that once I make my return to the bus, I shall have my hands on the butler figurine I had given up on acquiring. It shall stand tall and proud on the frontmost row of my displayed shelf. Don Quixote's eyes were practically exploding with joy at having her fixer obsession positively acknowledged and accepted for once.
버틀러들은 말이요 일반 해결사들과는 조금 다른 해결사들이요.
Allow me to explain. Butlers are fixers indeed, yet they are rather distinct from most fixers thou hast encountered thus far.
보통 해결사라 하면 협회나 사무소에 소속되어 그때마다 다른 의뢰를 받고 있다만 이들은 다르지.
A fixer refers to those who accept contracts as part of an association or an office, unless there exists a distinction when it comes to butlers. Butlers join families or manage to serve them and only them on long-term contracts. Forsooth, like any other fixers, butlers may be hired by a single person to serve them and only them as well. Do note that our service is not limited to combat, we also conduct household management and care as well. It must also be mentioned that proficiency in many fields is a necessity to be a respected butler. This is no easy occupation, mind you. Yet from what I have learned, to hire a butler is to pay an inordinate amount of salary. Indeed, while butlers are also busy, we are promised expensive compensation at every contract extension, all with stable bonuses such as pensions. Many famous association fixers also retire to serve as butlers as well. I was once a butler in service of Miss Catherine's family and was transferred to Master Linton's family to join their ranks when she married him. So, after rather peaceful mutual debate, we came to the conclusion that I would be assuming the position of the chief butler, leaders of the butlers in that household. Gotcha, totally peaceful. I'm sure it was one peaceful transfer of power.
그러고 보니 이 히스클리프군
Ooh, 'tis quite fascinating to imagine that Sir Heathcliff even once had been a tiny bairn.
어렸을 때는
How
어떤
was he as a
아이였는가?
youth?
제가 치프 버틀러까지 될 수 있었던데 큰 이유를 차지하던
He
금쪽
was
같은
quite a special
아이였달까요?
child. I do not believe that I would have become a chief butler had it not been for him. Oh, what a lovely boy he was. Lovely. Quite. Just... Okay, quarter of the way through. 12, 24, 36. Yeah, quarter of the way through now. And it's been story segment after story segment. Holy shit. Ugh. Are you okay, Heathcliff? It's been that classic Nelly technique, eh? Her secret technique to send us hurtling into the dreamlands. Been a while. I'm terribly sorry, Heathcliff. I was hoping to avoid having to use the sleepy smack on you and not after a reunion like this. Is it true, Nelly? Is Catherine really gone? Yes, Miss Catherine wrote your name into her will. Her will, huh? We should at least give it a listen to hear why she mentioned Heathcliff. Heathcliff sat down wordlessly. So, was this manor Miss Catherine's? Well, it used to be young Master Hindley's once, and Catherine, that's true. She stabbed me in the back. Why don't you elaborate on that injustice, Linton? Share the tale of how Catherine and Linton Edgar stabbed me in the back. How the pair of you destroyed me! There was no injustice. It was done in a perfectly legal manner. Bring the case to the T-Corp court if you wish. It will change absolutely nothing. An Ophia Association fixer carrying a piece of paper stepped in between Henry and Linton as the two men continued to growl at each other. The allotted recess has expired. We will now proceed to the inheritance bequeathment will reading. This is a will of the deceased. It has been verified via multiple tests and screenings that no counterfeiting or tampering of a similar nature has occurred. After verifying it that if it's a counterfeit or not, who verifies it if they're not just straight up lying about it? Good question. Maybe it's just a standard industry practice? Miss Catherine has requested that this letter be read in the audience of the three attendees before the bequeathment of personal property commences. I will now read the full contents of her will. At last, you are all gathered here. My only wish is that my words will be met with respect without hostility among you. I hope that none of you become incensed during this occasion. It's my one and only funeral after all. I am at peace. There's no pain, no suffering where I am. So do not consider my death a tragic one. Because by the time you're hearing this, I must have reached my own heaven. This is not to say that you mustn't let sorrow into your hearts. Weep if you will, so that I may feel your grief and know that you have all truly loved me. Wuthering Heights, an old and desolate manor. I have always been afraid of this place. Fear and nightmares would consume me every night. But now that I stand before the end of my life, I have come to accept this manor for what it is. This manor, which I will leave to my husband, Linton Edgar. Keep this manor and remember me by its presence. What the fuck? Damn it! And my brother Hindley, my one and only brother. Right, I knew I'd be in there somewhere. Hindley's legs began to shake nervously. So did his voice. I hear that you are mired in quite the heavy debt, and that you have been spending most of your days drinking and gambling. So come on, Captain, give me something, anything. Sign you up for the Abyss Trauma Correctional Facility at M-Corp. Wow, what the hell, man? What the hell? Sign the correctional facility? What the fuck? Prison? Asylum? What the fuck? If you don't visit the facility within 1 week after attending this will reading, they will come to take you in. What? I truly hope that your heart will be healed, dear brother.
말도 안 돼. 희망을. 애초에 지금 상황에서 일주일 안에 M사를 어떻게 가라는?
Oh wait, hold on. M-Corp? Give me a second. Wait. Wait, if we're in T-Corp... Oh, shit. You might want to see this. Hold on, let me transition this to the other mode. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. Since we're in T-Corp, we have to go all the way to M-Corp. T-Corp is District 20. M Corp is District 13! Yeah, we're in T Corp. And Henry was supposed to be going all the way to M Corp. What the fuck, Catherine? Easy, take a warp train. He's broke. He's drinking and gambling. I don't think he saved anything for a warp train. He's broke, Brick. He's broke. No, that's absolute nonsense! How the hell am I even supposed to get to M Corp in a week? Of course, I've already prepared a warp train ticket to M Corp for you, so please don't worry about the travel fee. God damn it, it's self-explanatory! Fuck! Oh, that was pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to call out I'm not one to call out certain occasions that warp trains have broken down. I feel like pointing that out to anyone who's noticing it. Yeah, if it's not first class, I would rather not take. Yeah, props to. Yeah, we should probably point that out. No, this is a load of shit! Should another instance of disturbance to the execution of this will occur, he will take forceful action without warning. How dare you, you plebs!
그리고 히스클리프?
And you, Heathcliff.
집으로 온 걸 환영해.
Welcome home. Captain,
이 저택에
once the seventh strike of lightning falls upon this manor, my golden bow shall be yours. Huh? The mere mention of the golden bow suddenly intensified the sensation I felt earlier. I definitely sensed that the golden bow was located somewhere within this manor. But I already figured that the golden bow was Yet, I couldn't quite pinpoint its exact location because I will leave my golden bow to you, Heathcliff. The golden bow was her personal property? Not even her estate or her family's, just her? Seventh strike of lightning, what do you think that means? It's not a golden bow. What the hell? What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean? What? There's more than one here. Dante, are you alright? There is a second golden bow in this manor. No, this isn't at all what I come back, Kathy, please! Hear my voice just this once, Kathy!
정말이야, 내일이 정말 유령을 봤다니까?
Strike of lightning. What is that, the first or the second? I'm serious! Oh no, this room is haunted! I saw a ghost! Again with this, Miss Kathy. What did I say? I told you I would thrash the evil ghosts and hang them to dry on the rack. Ghosts aren't real. She's such a big liar. I'm not lying! So sorry, children. Have you been waiting long? Dad, where's my violin? What about my X-Corp all-purpose wrench? Again, I'm sorry. I did not have the room for the violin or the wrench. What room? What's that? What's that dirty rag? Ew. I found this child dying alone in the streets. It was without parents or home. The boy would surely have died in a weather like this. So what? I don't want that gross, dirty kid living here. Yeah, I want my violin. Throw that thing out. What are you gawking at? Violin, I want my violin! Papa, why was he all alone? In the streets? Because there wasn't anyone to take care of him. Poor child. There are other children like him in the back streets. No parents or relatives to look after them. No homes to shelter them. Then, what does he have now? Well, Kathy, now he's got us to look after him. And this place is his home.
난 저런 거 안 가져.
Jeez. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, brother. I'm getting a migraine from looking at this guy already. What was this, 4 appearances? Okay, here we go. I abhor this guy. No! I don't want that ugly thing. So you're saying that you don't want to have him, right? Wind's howling. I can hear something wailing. Its cry is echoing through the manor halls. I hear it too, miss. Close the windows. There's a nip in the air outside. Do you remember still? As a child, you were terribly afraid of these howling winds. Like you're seeing ghosts. Nellie, I see them still. Miss, you've grown far too weak since Heathcliff departed the manor. That is why you are seeing things. That is all right, Nellie. I no longer fear the ghosts. Because all fear there stems from the ignorance of its origin. Where do you suppose he is, Heathcliff? Miss, he doesn't have anything left. I'm everything he has. God damn it, man. Man, it looks really different from... Oh wait, the curtains, of course. Plus it's stormy outside. God fucking damn it. What now? I think this used to be a lively place.
어떻게 된 거야? 잠깐 동안 엄청 새까맸다가
I think that's 2 lightning strikes now, right? Alright, give me a minute. What just happened? Everything went dark for a sec.
벼락의 영향으로
I think the lightning caused a brief power outage. The power's back now, though.
그리고 방금 보였던
What we just saw were
캐서린 씨의
Catherine's
기억이죠?
memories, right? I think so.
이전과 같은
As it has been in the past, such occurrences can be attributed to the influence of the golden bow.
그리고 잠깐만.
Hold on, this is the corridor we walked through earlier, isn't it? This isn't where we were before the power outage. I don't see Henry or Linton anywhere either. Oh my word, what just happened? But we didn't take a step or anything, did we? I do not believe that any of our fellows have moved. If we were all standing still, then I suppose this means that it's the house that moved. What the? Know anything about this, Nellie? I haven't the slightest idea. I have been away from this manor for many years myself. I seldom had any reason to return ever since Miss Catherine married Mr. Linton and left this place to live with him. Catherine, the deceased. Didn't someone mention that she purchased this manor near Wuthering Heights? And yes, indeed, but she did not immediately move out here after the purchase. Oh, now that you mention, I see that some changes have been made to this manor since I was gone. Nellie was probably referring to the numerous exposed cables, holes, and cracks that seem to have been painted over.
제가 치프 버틀러였을 때 이런 꼴을 봤다면
Hold on,
분명 길길이 날뛰면서
let me double check
집벌이를
that.
어떻게 하냐고 외쳤을 거예요.
Exposed cables, holes, and cracks. What the fuck? Had I been the chief butler of this manor, I would not have let such slovenliness slide.
하지만
But maybe she was trying to make modifications to the manor. Isn't it normal for rich folks to just buy a whole manor and modify it to their liking?
머리 스타일을
I'd say it's
바꾸는
kind of like
정도의
changing your hairstyle
느낌일까요?
once in a while.
계속 같은 머리로만
Maintaining that exact same style of hair for too long
지겨워지니까요.
gets pretty boring, you know. So that's how casual full-on house remodeling is like for rich folks, I see. Heathcliff, I hardly know what to tell you. I do not know what words could possibly comfort you now.
캐서린 아가씨의
What
죽음을
you
믿지 않는다고 했던
said about Miss Catherine's dead, and how you didn't believe that she was truly dead. What?
그 말을 듣고
I gave that
나도
idea
다시
some
생각을
thought,
어느 정도는
and I agree, to an extent. What? Heathcliff's pupils suddenly dilated.
나도
Even I haven't seen Miss Catherine's body. I was so beside myself when Master Linton told me of Miss Catherine's passing that I did not even care to verify it with my own eyes. So what you're trying to say here is it really what I think it is? You're saying that Kathy might still be alive? Nothing but a suspicion at this point. Besides, you know how Miss Catherine can be. Stubborn as a mule, sometimes doing things so unexpected that they're almost frightening. Honestly, I even wondered if this whole funeral business was but an awful, elaborate jest from the Miss.
그래도 확실한
What's
건
certain is, however, that the will was undeniably in her own
아가씨의
handwriting.
그리고 린튼
And Master
주인은
Winton, he
캐서린
never once
아가씨가
stopped making
돌아가신
modifications to the manor,
이후로도 이 저택의 개조를
even after Miss
멈추지
Catherine
않았어.
passed. That bastard Winton made these modifications to the manor? Yes. I haven't gotten a good look at this place, nor did I personally ask him of his motives, but it is quite evident that something is to transpire here, isn't it? Or that something had already happened. Boss, I don't understand any of this. What do you think the lightning in her will is talking about? Maybe she meant it literally. 7 lightning strikes. Are you suggesting that she knew we would arrive precisely under this weather, on the day of her funeral? Unless she moonlighted as a renowned prophet, I don't see that happening. Who knows? I don't even understand what Miss Catherine was trying to do here with that will.
맞아.
Right, we can't ever know the will of the dead. Oh, perhaps there's something a clue to be found in Miss Catherine's room? She did visit Wuthering Heights from time to time, even after her marriage to Master Winton. Don't you remember, Heathcliff? Miss Catherine? Yeah. She always liked riddles. Not like you, who preferred a more direct approach, which involved smashing everything to pieces. Got me in plenty of trouble for trying to brute force problems without even trying to think about the intent. A faint smile appeared on Heathcliff's face as he seemed to recall a fond memory. I don't know if I've gotten any better at it since, but the heavy, somber expression soon returned. I guess our next order of things is to find where that room is. Man, this is a lot of story. And we're in the 2-hour mark already, dang. Hey, first battle segment. Wait a sec, when was the first... Okay, so... Between the next battle segment, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 5, 1, 2, 3, 4... Jesus Christ, there's a lot of exposition here, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I'm keeping the same team. We are severely underleveled.
바닥 곳곳에
ISB blood everywhere. ISB blood everywhere on the floor. I doubt anything nice went down here, that's for sure. And I doubt there's anyone nice down here either. Look.
물러나. 물러나라고 이 개 같은 놈들아.
Get back off, you dogs! Have you even an inkling of who I am? Speak plainly, Henry. What have you done to this manor? Hells, I don't not know. I'm just as lost as you are. Nelly, get these brutes off me! What are you all doing here? My. If it isn't Nelly, the vagabond child, and his gang of uninvited guests. Is she talking about us? Josephine, something is terribly wrong with the manor. Is there anything you know about this? Wuthering Heights has always been like this. More importantly, how dare you bring those louds to this place? Mistress would have had you whipped had she been here to witness this desecration. We are in the dark as...
불이 나갔다가 들어오니까 이미 사람들이 눈앞에서 사라졌단 말이야.
We are in the dark as much as you are. Everyone was displaced when the lights flickered. Besides, what is this noise? How are you still unaware? The dead routes...
버틀러들과 대들에 비친 놈들이 교전 중이지. 물고 뜯고 핥히고 그러다가 서로가 서로를 전부 죽인다면 정말...
How are you still unaware? The dead rabbits, louds, and the butlers are battling in all corners of this manor, ripping, tearing, biting. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have them kill each other until they all lay dead. They're fighting, but why? After the lightning struck, after the lights flickered, the dead rabbits suddenly charged us. Henry, that fool must be scheming to take over our manor. What in the places? You fail to heed the voice of Wuthering Heights? The voice of the mistress?
애들 레비츠 놈들이 그러는 거랑 나랑 무슨 상관이야? 나는 아무 명령도 안 했어.
What the bloody hell do these out-of-control dead rabbits have got to do with me? I haven't even given them any orders. Nelly, is there something you can do to de-escalate this? We'd rather not get involved in something like this. Josephine and those butlers, didn't they serve Henry once? Their service is to Wuthering Heights and Wuthering Heights only. Strictly speaking, Josephine and her butlers are bound to a contract different from mine. I'm contracted with a specific person within the family, while they are contracted with the manor and the estate itself. Well, okay, I get wanting to work for a rich family to make yourself some dough, but is such a complicated contract worded for the butlers who are bound to the manor and its land? That depends on the terms of their contracts. Once they've completed their duties as butlers, which may be over a set period of time or over specific conditions stipulated in the contract, they may be able to raise their fixer grades or gain the rights to certain valuable assets tied to the land itself. I'm sorry, you gotta fucking pay to raise your grade?
그게 참 아이러니한 게 저들처럼 저택과 땅을 맡긴 버틀러는 집안 대대로 버틀러 일을 물려받기도 해요. 그건 마치 관성적이기도
Therein
해서.
lies the irony. Butlers are bound to manors and estates often inherit their parents' careers and contracts. Sometimes it continues for generations upon generations.
최초엔 어떤 계약으로
Until the initial contract is
시작했는지조차
eventually
모를 정도죠.
forgotten. Oh, really?
그쯤이면
What if they forget
계약은
what
다
the contract was even about? So the contract isn't voided merely because people stop remembering it.
이걸 어기면
Breaking it may invite the taboo hunters from an
사냥꾼을
unexpected nest or fixers from the Ophi Association we had the pleasure of meeting earlier. That Josephine is obsessed with following the long-dead mistress's orders and won't listen to anyone else. You know me well, Nelly. Well enough to get out of my way while you remain cautious. Do not get in my way of punishing this rat that dared to scheme to take our wuthering heights from us. It's a sure thing. We'll just go, okay? Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. I'm walking the door now, Heathcliff. You don't deserve to come indoors. Do you really think that a thing like you deserves to sit next to our family and to dine alongside us? Stay put in the barn. If I see you wandering in the living rooms without my permission, I hear Henry's voice echoing from Heathcliff's memories. This revenge may not be so difficult after all. We just had to pretend we didn't see anything, leave Henry behind, and have Josephine and her butlers take care of him for us. Even if he does put up a fight, there is no telling how long he could hold out against all of them without backup. I can feel Heathcliff turning slightly to look in my direction. I'm sure he's thinking the same thing as I am. No, clock face. I won't leave him to die. You won't? I won't. Because Kathy wouldn't have wanted me to abandon that thought to die by their hand. Not like this. Alright, I guess we're fighting butlers then. Ah, shit.
꿰뚫어주겠네.
Okay. Not a blazing star, but then again, these are different foes.
모든 것을 견뎠어.
Ah, shit. Paralysis? Really? Oh, the things.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자. 보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
꿰뚫려라. 전열이 무너졌군.
Okay.
말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 저 해수들을 도려내. 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야 길을 열어라. 모든 것에 견뎠어. 일기당천. 토끼를 본다.
Alright, take it away.
도려내라.
틈끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
마음 묘여 열어졌지. 길을 열어. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Alright, good one.
생명 활동 정지를 확인했다.
바람 불어오는데 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Alright, everyone's stocked. Let's do this.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
틈을 끊어
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
불가 위야
넌 푸름을
막아내지
틔울
못하리.
수도 없겠구나.
이제
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh, hey, Carmen. Nice of you to make it.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
필두 출진. 불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Shit. Stagger already?
모든 것을
How fragile is this guy? Huh? Okay, weak against envy, rat. No, wait. Oh, son of a bitch. Come on, walk in, please.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Jesus Christ, this is disappointing. Hope you don't forget someone named Kathy after the Canto. That's what you believe. That's what you believe. Hongwu has 181 max HP even when having 55 levels and max up time. Oh, so he's basically brittle bones. That's fucking worrying.
일기당천.
Jeez, this was really underwhelming. Come on, regain your composure. That's what I'm talking about. At least he still lives after almost dying in a single turn. Well, at least there's that complimenting it, but that's not saying much. Not after what I just witnessed.
불가 위야.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이약 숨진.
Yi Sung, on the other hand,
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제차.
able to sweep the competition in a single strike. Almost the same passive as Priest Greg, which just lets him live when he dies in a turn. Honestly understandable, that one.
바람 불어오는 대로 저 해충들을 도려내라.
깨우치시게.
Oh my god, 16 of them. Okay. Since we've still got the momentum in our hands.
목을 떨고 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
깨우치시게.
바람 불어오는 대로 집 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Okay. Double stagger. Triple, and he's gone.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Okay, that's all of them gone in a turn.
꿰뚫어주겠네.
The melee. Good enough when there are no survivors. Oh my god, Oh shit. Oh shit, it's the old bitch. Huh, Josephine's still standing. Well, that simplifies things. Just gotta keep grinding through.
불가 위협 막아내지 못해. 이제 깨우치시길.
놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Jesus Christ, this woman's insane.
시바이에 의뢰했다면
Okay, she recovered pretty quickly.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
틈을 끊어. 바로.
Hey, hit past the stagger point. Now she's free.
깨우치시길.
And now she's gone. That was fast. Pretty good mini boss, I'd say.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데
Jesus
일조하였으니
Christ, there's more.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Okay, so if that was Josephine and the rest of the butlers, guess we're having dead rabbits on the menu.
슈트가 실시.
네, 그러죠 많이.
Understood, mistress.
군부대로
I shall do as you command. We will not waste any more time here. Let's go clear out the dead rabbits rabble.
다음에 다시
We'll put the rest of you in the bin should our paths
너희도
cross
같이
again.
청소해.
I know he didn't show even a hint of gratitude. Well, I could have handled them all on my own. I didn't need your help to beat up some insane old hag in our ponds. Maybe we should have just left him behind. And that boss of yours, you don't even remember his name properly, do you? So much for your loyalty. Rage slowly returns to Heathcliff's face and draws a deep crease between his brows. What dodgy nonsense are you blathering about? It goes by Matt, not Matthew or whatever you decided to call him. What? What are you? Have you finally gone mad? I've known the gaffer for years, and you think I get his name wrong? Besides, that insane old hag still has some of her wits about, because I do intend to take this manor back, no matter what. I almost had it. If I only hadn't gotten that confounded card in that round. No, the game must have been rigged. That's the only way this makes sense. Nothing else explains how Catherine could have had the funds so ready to purchase Watering Heights the moment it was put up for sale at the auction.
개선인이 곧바로 샀을 리가 없으니까.
The press calculator saying, "Are you winning, son?" I guess I am, though I don't know what to expect. Hell, I'm a little fearful about it. You lost this manor in a gamble, and Catherine bought it back? Yes, that girl was always as insane as Josephine. But mark my words, Watering Heights shall be mine again. Matt's made a deal with me. Promised to help me retrieve this manor, as long as I let him and his dead rabbits into Watering Heights. Master Henry, wait, where are you going? You didn't seriously expect me to be
사이좋게
You didn't
동의나
seriously expect me to be
할
cozy with you all
거라고
after that,
생각한
did you?
거니, Matt.
I'll find Matt, and I'll do everything I can to make this place mine again.
그리고
And don't be so quick to assume that you won't really change, Heathcliff.
난
You haven't.
변하지
You simply can't change.
낭만처럼 어울리는
You're nothing but a ragged sack of waste. Don't you forget that.
성질머리 하고는
What an asshole.
히스클리프군.
Him. Sir Heathcliff, I am quite unsure as to how much of my words may reach thine eyes, ears, given thy fury, but some sinners attempted to cheer Heathcliff up, who would normally be seething with anger upon hearing abuse like that, but this was different. It wasn't anger.
예전에는
Back then,
매일 나를
whenever I heard
짓밟는데
that
안달이 나 있는
kind of
저놈을 볼
contemptuous
때마다
shite from that bastard,
마치 저놈
it
말대로
felt as though every word he
나는
spat out
밑바닥
rang
인생에
true.
쓸모없는 인간이 되는 것 같았어.
Depressed calculator saying it's a nice bro of storytelling that he is wearing such duty clothes, not because he doesn't have anything better, because that's probably the only thing with color he has left. Honestly, I don't pity Hindley. Every fucking word just paints him as a spoiled, compulsive little shit. And I really do not like that. I really do not pity Hindley. It felt as though every word he spat out rang true. That I really was just a useless little life who deserved nothing but the rags.
매일 저놈에게
I spent days and nights coming up with all kinds of ways I'd exact my revenge on him, but now it's... bloody hell. I can't even put this feeling to words.
변하지 못한 건 저놈이에요.
He's the one that couldn't change, not you.
구질구질하게
Look at him, clinging
과거에만
desperately to his past like it's the only thing he's got.
그냥
He's just
자라지
like an
못한
immature kid who
10살짜리
never grew
어린애
up past
같아요.
10.
캐서린이라는 자의
Where's Catherine's room?
어느 정도의
We would do well to be
위치인지
on our guard in this manner. We must always be wary of our surroundings in this field of battle.
여기서
It should
오른쪽으로
be there once we
꺾으면
turn
될
right
거예요.
here. Odd. I don't recall the corridor being this long.
어머나, 저기!
Heavens, there!
복도 끝. 대들 레비치들이군.
Dead rabbit at the end of the corridor.
아까랑은
Is
조금
it just
달라
me?
보이는데.
Or do they look a bit different from earlier? I'll take it's just you for an answer, by the way.
그러고 보니
That reminds me.
거리에서
I've heard tales from the streets about those strange wandering dead rabbits. Word on the street is that we should steer clear of the dead rabbits with red eyes, just like the ones they have.
너희들
Excuse me, are you looking for something or someone? Just for your information, that Linton fella ain't here. Those butlers of Wuthering Heights ain't here either. They all went that way, past the hallway. Clearly, you got no beef with us, right? Looks like they've got plenty of beef with us. Didn't even hear what we were saying? If you have demands, then state them. If there's room for negotiation... Oh, shit. They all look a bit... No. They all look completely out of it, don't they? What a shame. I, Otis, would have loved to demonstrate my excellent negotiation skills to the executive manager. Yeah, he's a disgusting person. Also, sorry, English is not my first language. It's okay, calculator. It's okay. It's okay.
꿰뚫어주겠네.
12수에게 명한 이 앞에 숨지는 자 하나 넘고 둘 넘거라 꺾고 제쳐라.
It's okay.
최선의 방어를.
적을 베기 전까지.
Okay, good to know that we can still deal some decent damage. Oh shit. That's not good. Negative sanity already?
말로 받았다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여 길을 열어라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
Okay.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Got them staggering so far. Move, get out of my way, break through, enter. Taking care, remove, hold them back, co. Strange shit. Okay, so the sharp ones. Let's see what the sharp ones. Yeah, my way, break through, enter. Okay, let's get started. What's your favorite identity so far? Okay, that's a pretty hard question. I haven't seen that many. Nor do I personally own that many myself. Will anyone distort? I don't know. I really don't know about that part yet. I'd say we're holding on just fine, but something feels off about this whole thing. I swear.
불가 위야 막아내지 못할
돌려라.
목을 떨궈줘. 토끼를 고작 이 정도.
Alright, take it home.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
Alright, good crit. Hey, a brick. Nice of you to make it. We were just cleaning up.
막아내지 못하리. 이제 깨우치시길.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼구나. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
Okay, uptie 4, uptie 4, uptie 4, uptie 3. I could really use an upgrade. But 530, huh? I should probably type out a response to that. Give me a minute. I'd say in terms of 530, he is certainly difficult. Like, he gets buffed if you kill his allies. His final move is definitely one hell of a finisher. Very, very dangerous. Chicken Sinclair's mid, in my opinion. I don't know. He seems like he's got some decent clash power. At least that's what I think. Plus, his attacks, at least they come off okay.
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
오늘은 시간을 얼마나 뜯을?
Yeah, let's reorganize. This should do.
다들 들었죠?
You all heard that too, right?
목숨이 끊어질 때마다 들렸던 소리가 있었어요.
that noise every time we killed one of them. That noise from beyond their masks. The sound of mirrors. They made a sound not unlike a shattering mirror. Wait, Ishmael approached the dead rabbit's henchman corpse and unmasked him. Wait, something's wrong. We should unmask the rest of them to get a better picture of what is happening here. Things became even more puzzling once they were all unmasked. I don't want to judge a book by its cover, but how do they appear to be members of a violent backstreet syndicate? I can tell from their build that none of them were ever part of a syndicate. They look more like civilians. But they attacked us first, right? We were just... Eyes up, more dead rabbits, red eyes, all of them. Hark, eat mine words, whatever stay! I don't think this is the best time to attempt the diplomatic approach. Jesus Christ, they're unnerving. Alright, straight to it then. Hold on.
불가 위야
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨지는 자 하나 넘고 둘 넘거라. 꺾고 제철.
틈 끊어.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제철. 모여 길을 열어라.
Okay, it's not as strong, but... Fierce. 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 Sharp. Taking care, remove, hold them back.
일기당천 마음 놓고 열어졌지.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Alright. Guard up, gentlemen.
모든 것이 견뎠어.
얼마 안 걸릴 거야.
There we go, frozen time.
최선의 방어를.
Alright. Everyone's got their footing again, that's good. There we go.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제철.
Already on double stagger. Yeah, that's definite debt. Another 4. Back up.
일기당천. 토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여 길을 열어라.
Alright, that's a good one. Now we just gotta replenish everyone.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
You're lucky with only skill 3. Well, I guess you could say that since I just so happened to manage to roll the best Heisho IDs in the house. So there's that. Going for it at least.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Yeah, that was the last of them. Jesus.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Okay, 2 hours and 50. Okay, I am going to put this on hold. I'm gonna go have dinner. 40 minutes. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry for the hold up. It took apparently I wasn't expecting it to take 40 minutes to get a sandwich. Oh, you got chicken. Hey guys, sorry for the wait up. 50 minutes for a sandwich. A sandwich. But anyways, sorry for the hold up. Where were we?
직선으로 질주하겠소.
Heathcliff was digging through the deceased dead rabbit's pockets. What are you looking for, Heathcliff? They don't have them. The timepieces that Yisang mentioned earlier? Yeah, everyone born and raised in T-Corp carries a watch. They have to. Right, the Kurokuma clan officer we fought in Yongjin building was looking for a timepiece too. It's like a form of personal identification. It's something you carry around to show others that you are who you are. I abandoned my watch when I left T-Corp, but I see.
시계만 있다면 적어도 어디서부터 온 자들인지까지는 알아낼 수 있을 텐데.
I see. They don't even have their pocket watch chains with them. If they did carry a watch, we would have been able to learn at least where they were coming from. So someone either doesn't want people finding out who they are, or they're simply not from around here, right? I have witnessed such garb commonly worn about the T-Corp within the T-Corp territory. I have no doubts that they must be locals. There are many unanswered questions, but let us save that discussion for later. Here it is. Now, that was quite the journey, wasn't it? Shall we enter? Nelly, tell me. After I left without a word, how did Catherine fare? Of course, I already know that she lived happily ever after with that saw to Linton, but are you sure you want to know? Damn it, I do, but I also don't. I must look so pathetic. If Kathy was here, she would have mocked me mercilessly. I would have brought you a mirror so you can see that priceless look on your face. If I hadn't removed them all from the premises. I'm not interested in your stupid jests. But has Catherine ever once, even once, talked about me at all since I left? No. Of course she didn't. Oh, what was breaking a scoundrel like me? I'm sure it didn't matter to Catherine whether I wouldn't be so sure, Heathcliff. That is not what I meant. When you left, Miss Catherine, she began withering away. She skulked in her room for days upon days, refusing to eat or even speak. And she'd suddenly grow lachrymose, scream, cry, whisper things to herself. Master Linton would come by to coax her, but it hardly helped matters. She was so ill that I was worried that we might have to start making arrangements with a mortician in advance. Really? Catherine, she was in that much pain? Heathcliff asked incredulously. Yes, it pained us to watch her even suffer. It pained us to even watch her suffer, and one day she... Nelly, look. Linton's left a flower in my pillow. Oh, it's golden. I didn't know that spring had come to Wuthering Heights already. I suppose the snow was all but thawed, too. Was that not so romantic of him, miss? I suppose it could appear that way. He must have paid quite the fortune for this. But if Linton truly cared for me, if he truly wished to return the color to a flower for my sake, then he should have brought me a violet flower. So, he did not bring this flower for my sake. This was only for his own satisfaction. Are you okay, miss? Whatever do you mean? I have never felt better than I do today. Walk with me, will you? I would like to see which flowers have weathered the wintry cold and bloomed. After that day, Miss Catherine truly appeared convalescent. We were all happy to see Miss Catherine be herself again, but now that I think about it, it was a tad strange. She suffered for months upon months from fever. How could anyone so suddenly recover from all that after a single night's repose? That is also when she purchased Wuthering Heights from Mr. Hindley Earnshaw and started making sweeping modifications to the place. I thought the two of them had intended to return to Wuthering Heights, so I asked them what exactly they planned to do with it, but they never gave me a straight answer. I'm just in the dark. I'm just as in the dark as you are. I've not the slightest clue as to what she was thinking. What about my letters? I sent her letters. I haven't been able to since I joined this company, but when I was a part of that gang, I wrote her letters, though I didn't sign my name on them. I just wanted to let her know that I was doing fine. Well, I don't recall her ever opening a letter. Seriously, once she has her mind set on something, no one could convince her otherwise. No one. Okay, something's up. Why would Nelly burn the... Why would Nelly not even provide the letters? Why don't you us even tell who it might be from? Because that makes no sense. Nothing lines up there.
위험인물 발견.
모든 것이 전까지였어. 퇴각은 불허한다.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
목을 떨궈주마. 말로 받았다. 저 해충들을 도려내. 넘고 물 넘고 거꾸로 제철. 모여 길을 열어라.
167. That's good.
하나 넘고 물 넘고 거꾸로 제철.
Not even open the letter once. Ah, I forgot.
시비술게 명한다. 이 아들 숨쉬었지만 누구 하나 살려보내자.
Okay. Full house.
최선의 방어를.
깨우치시게.
생명 활동의 정지를 확인했다.
Okay, so Brick, you're saying I hope Canto 9 difficulty is not going to be start the city level.
프롬을 틔울 수도 없.
I don't know. If we're talking about Ryoshu and her history with the fingers, given, I don't know, her introductory background, I suppose, I wouldn't say that so easily. Maybe, but that's kind of up to chance now, isn't it? I figured that'd be up to chance.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
전열이 무너졌군.
Russian Black League saying it will be difficult as trying to suppress White Knight without one sin. Okay, I don't get that one, but I can probably see the problem.
얼마 안 걸릴 거야.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시게.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼고.
This would be impossible without Virgilius.
빗물진 길을
The sinners are not that strong. Wait.
세월이 지나면
Wait. Just double checking.
그제야 알게
Is it
되겠지.
possible for a color fix?
이 홍로가
Okay, so wait. Suppressing White Knight without one sin is ass. Even with Virgilius, it would be difficult. Yeah, that kind of occurred to me. The city doesn't know that Kali's Gebura is just somewhere out in the desert, right? Out in the outskirts. She's still alive, but the city doesn't know that one, right? Yeah, now that you mention it, so you say you really want to see a great brother or sister in Canto 9. Yeah, I can probably understand that, given that the fingers are probably going to be heavily involved in the next Canto. I can see that happening. More or less. Oh boy.
주분께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니 만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
너희 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
You've already had enough. Ah, really? Really? You. What are you doing? The room, now without its master, was completely turned upside down, and in the center of all that mess were butlers, awkwardly staring, frozen mid-movement, as though they'd all been caught red-handed. We were cleaning the room as per Master Linton's orders. You lot were clearly ransacking the room. Chief Butler Nelly, have you seen any of the dead rabbits or the Wuthering Heights butlers on your way here? We have good reason to believe that the Wuthering Heights butlers are scheming with that villain handily to harm Master Linton. The dead rabbits aren't the type of gang to kill people for no reason. Okay, but they did try to kill us for no reason. I know, damn it! The boss can't be doing all this for nothing. He must have a good explanation for this. Just tell us what dodgy shite you were up to in Catherine's room. We told you, Heathcliff, we were cleaning the room. Or have you cited yourself the rest of the lowlives, the dead rabbits? Like Master Wick Butlers, eh? Just as stupid and soft as Linton himself. That was uncalled for. No, this dodgy shite you're trying to pull here is what's uncalled for. You've crossed the line. I'm the only one who can tell you what to do with this room, not that posh wanker. Huh? Wait, you're already, huh? What the hell?
위험인물 발견. 제압할게.
모든 것이 여기까지였어. 퇴각은 불허한다. 날개를 펼치고 12수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살리 보내지 마라.
There we go. Oh, Ricardo is hard enough. Oh, right, you're referring to... Oh. So wait, Snack, you're saying you don't know what a great brother or great sister of the middle will entail, given that Ricardo was already hard enough. Yeah, I get that part. I get that part. Nah, the Sato Capo will be the worst in Canto 9, trust me.
다음은 어디로? 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Handicap Ricardo. Yeah, I'd see after the container, I'd be real surprised if he didn't end up in a wheelchair. Like he ate a whole building and flew across a really wide area.
불가 미야 나가지 못해.
다음은 어디로?
최선의 방어를.
폭발바람.
이제 깨우치시게.
도끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 바로 이제 깨우치시게.
그만해, 히스클리프.
That's enough, Heathcliff!
살려는 놔야
We can't kill her. Otherwise, we won't know what they're looking for or why.
말해.
Speak.
납득이 되지
I am going to
않으면
take your utensils and cut off your fingers one by one with each dodgy answer you give me.
얼마나 잘
You must know how sharp your own blades are.
말해줄래?
Please cooperate, won't you? I don't want to have to use a sweepy smack on my own subordinates. The diary! Master Winton told us that we must find the diary that in Mistress Catherine's room. That she must have hidden her diary somewhere in here as they were making modifications to the manor.
그래.
I see. So why do you think Master Winton is looking for the diary? Master Winton told us it was to find a way.
너희 계속
Please,
그렇게
do
두루뭉술하게
keep up with your
말할래?
mysterious attitude. A few more answers like that and I will personally demonstrate how I managed to become the chief butler.
정말입니다.
It's the truth. He did not let us in on what this way is. I have told you all I know. That's it. That looks like I'll have to. That's enough, Heathcliff. I believe that she is telling the truth. All of you, leave us now.
그리고 더 이상 눈에
Please
띄지 마.
do stay out of my sight. Chief Butler Nellie,
저희 내부
according to what intelligence we could gather, the dead rabbits, the syndicate of an urban plague classification, had long been obliterated from the T-Corp back streets. What? They have been inactive for a long time. In other words, they've already been vanquished. Other gangs have not seen the dead rabbits in the back streets in a while either. They have no way of verifying their identities. Please do be careful. Who in the blazes did Mr. Henry let into this manor? And that diary? Diary, huh? I'm not sure what to expect from it, but if we do find it, it'll at least clue us in as to what kind of situation we've just walked into. A small container, a space to hide such a thing as a diary, would be these bookshelves or drawers. But it appears that the butlers have combed this room clean already. I have once beheld such a sight. Forsooth, 'tis off the case that a hidden button exists somewhere. We ought to scour this room from corner to corner with a magnifying glass. It's much larger than even Gregor's. These are glasses for my myopia. There are 1,000 feathers of so many birds in this pillow. Other people of means like to collect rare bird feathers and stuff their pillows with them, but I don't like that. Do you know why? Because birds are meant to fly, not to be killed like that. Yes, birds do not belong in their cages. They are beings born to soar the skies. So I am going to empty this pillow of their feathers. Instead, I will fill it with my secret, so that I will always have it within an arm's reach. Heathcliff, why are you tearing that pillow open? This is where Kathy would have... A diary hidden within the pillow. It's stained by ink, even the cover too. I wonder why would anyone do this to their own diary? When I would hold my pen against the paper for a long time because I'm not sure what to write. The ink will start to pool and spread, leaving big stains like these. These ink stains appear to have been made from non-standard special ink. A pool of ink that stained this page has left no marks on the subsequent page. Perhaps these stains were made on purpose to hide the words under them.
린튼이라는 자가 길을 쓰고 찾으려는 게 이 일기장이 맞다면
That if that Linton guy is trying so hard to find his diary, then I'm willing to bet that it's something important. Most of these pages are stained. True, most of the pages were stained and their contents were rather difficult to read. I would have liked to read them, even a little bit. That's when the pages suddenly began to flip rapidly, until it came to a stop at a page with actually legible words. It could have been the wind. There weren't any open windows.
히스클리프. 그 애가 아무 말도 없이 나를 떠났어.
Alright, Heathcliff left me without a word. A terrible thunderstorm rages outside. Will he cease to pain my heart and return home once the rain passes, like Nellie said? Fine, don't come back. I don't want to see your face again, ever again either. This manor and me, we're all you have. You don't have anything else. Will you truly abandon what is everything to you? Oh boy, this all feels extremely private. Should we? Why don't we leave Heathcliff alone so he can... No, this entry seems off. Guest paid me a visit, the first in a long time. Conversing with someone new really cleared my head. And I saw my shape in the mirror before me. I know what to do now. The basement, we must descend there. What do you think this we is? The basement. The basement? From what I remember, Nellie, I agree, Heathcliff. Everyone, it appears our next destination lies at the basement of this manor. What makes you say that? The old mistress who passed many years ago ordered us to seal the entrance to the basement, which means that the basement was unsealed when the modifications were made to the manor. But why? Why the basement? Kathy hated the dark, enough to keep her room always lit with several lanterns. Indeed, I recall having to purchase an entire set of lanterns whenever I left the manor to procure the groceries. That is certainly suspicious. Got any idea as to where we might find the basement, Nellie? Well, it's usually by the kitchen, isn't it? Let us investigate that place first, shall we? Okay, we're gonna be here a while.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Okay, starting to procure quite a vast sum.
전장으로.
I'm hoping I can level up my guys. We had a rather spirited start to this investigation, but our journey to the kitchen was far from straightforward. Odd. From what I recall, turning right here should have led us to the first floor. No, we should have found the kitchen ages ago. And now it makes absolutely no sense that you of all people would be lost here. Indeed, you could blindfold me and I would still know where everything in this house is. This feels quite familiar. It is like the corridor. Indeed, like the corridors of the back door. Yes, considering the exterior of the manor and comparing it to its internal map, its shape and size is far from being even completely remotely reasonable. What's on your mind, Heathcliff?
느낌이 비슷해. 옛날에 수수께끼를 내도
This feels familiar. Like it's all just one big riddle Kathy used to give me. I'd sometimes get the right answer early in the game, and every time I did, she kept making the answer more and more convoluted, annoyed that I actually managed to get it right. This is exactly what it felt like she's cross with me, hiding the basement from us, making us go in circles. Darn it. Let me see the diary. I want to see if it says anything else about the basement. This is like the third time we're walking through this hallway, Kay. I'm starting to lose my cool. Look, that picture frame again. Oh, I could recognize you from anywhere now. There wasn't anything else in the diary last. Just let me have a look, Heath. What if you missed something? Was that overreaction really necessary, Don Quixote? What the heck was that? The window shattered quite literally out of nowhere. Oh, my bad, Heath. I dropped the diary. That noise really got me. Don't bother, I just need to dust it lightly. Huh? Wait, this page wasn't here either. You're right. That page was one of those ink-stained pages, wasn't it? The basement. We must descend there. In a not-so-far future, I would like to hang my portrait at an entrance of that basement. Portrait of my most beautiful, most spirited, yet fleeting present self. In those rare days when Josephine wasn't haunting that area of the manor, I'd sit there for hours with him by my side, just chatting our day away. You remember those days? It's just a riddle, isn't it? So where could this be? If this is her riddle, then the only one who can solve it has to be the entrance of that basement, just chatting our day away. Heathcliff briefly closed his eyes as if to recall what these could be referring to, then squinted them open. The fireplace in the dining hall. Catherine enjoying chatting with me before the fireplace. I see. Those moments must have been very precious to her. Precious enough to write about them in her diary so that she will always remember them. You ought again. Oh, shit. I am not going to get that out of my head. Get out of the way! Where is he? Where's boss? Any further attempts to communicate with them appear futile. They're clearly... No, the dead rabbits! Heathcliff stopped himself and scratched his head. He sighed deeply. Damn it! I suppose it doesn't matter what I've got to say. I don't know. None of this feels real. They're saying that Kathy's dead, that the dead rabbits have changed, and this bloody maze of a manor. This isn't good. I think this is the first time I felt chills down my spine. None of this feels right. None of it. Fiery start. Oh my god, Mersault and that dead rabbit's henchman. They legit went for a sumo match.
발톱을 걸어 이 앞에서 말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여 길을 열어라. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고
최선의 방어를.
Jesus, Snack. Really? Spoilers? Now?
불가 위협 막아내지 못하리.
목을 떨궈주마.
Alright. Snack says you're hungry for attention. Jeez.
틈소리지 깨우치시길.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
Spoiled as simple as that.
꺾고 제쳐라.
I am.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 바람 불어오는 대로 도피를 밟아라. 놈이 푸름을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시길.
Oh my god.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
꿰돌려라.
떨궈주마.
틈을 하군요.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 너의 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
이제 깨우치시길.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 매 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니 만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
There already was a group of people by the fireplace. Master Winton. So you've arrived. This can't be a coincidence, can it? I suppose you're also trying to enter the basement. Master Winton, what are you hiding in the basement? I see that they have gotten their hands on it first, despite the fact that you had the head start.
죄송합니다.
Our most profound apologies, Master Winton. Return that diary to me. Why must we? Is it that unreasonable for a husband to request that you return his loving wife's memento to his hands? Don't provoke me. Tell me why Catherine died. And like I said earlier, I won't believe a word from your gub unless I see her body for myself. Even your claim that she married you. How desperate. Allow me to offer you an alternative. Go hide in some corner of this manor. Wait until the lightning strikes 7 times. Then take the golden bow Catherine left you, leave, and never return to this place ever again. It is what you do best, Heathcliff. Turning tail and hiding, shrouding your shameful, tear-soaked face from this world, fleeing from the beatings, abandoning Catherine because you were too busy running away from the gnawing hounds. Keep talking, young Master Edgar, and you'll find that I'm no longer that weak child you once knew. Well, I'm not sure what has really changed about you since then, Heathcliff. And those cheap tacky letters you sent, all burned with the rest of the trash in the incinerator. Oh, you really are. Jesus Christ, the people in the manor here suck. I don't get what's with these people.
전열이 무너졌군.
모든 것이 견뎠어.
My opinion, I think nothing there is probably one of the more dangerous kinds of, one of the stronger abnormalities. The right opinion would be 100 sins. My opinion, your opinion is White Knight or Pockbird. One sin? Wait, I don't get what's the problem with one sin anyways. What sets that apart from the others? That's my question.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자, 네가 살려주어라.
하?
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 물론껏 오여 길을 열어라.
White Knight is basically God of War. Okay.
일기당천.
이제 깨우치시게.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아. 혈압도 바로 무아타라. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
What the fuck, man?
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈틈 바로 이제 깨우치시게.
묘야, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
틈틈 바로 이제 깨우치시게.
마음이 멀어졌지고 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
There's no end to these guys. Fuck.
일기당천. 목을 떨고 싶어.
And the world cannot stop handing Heathcliff L's. He's basically an orphan. His family fucking hates him.
더는 못 따라나.
최선의 방어를